Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the April 24th meeting of City Council. Before we move forward on the agenda, I just wanted to acknowledge that our CFO is retiring. Ian Ray has been with us for an interesting time period, and as the first CFO I think that has ever had two budgets done in 1 year. That's how good he is. But I just want to express on behalf of Regina City Council and all of Regina residents, thank you for your service and help along the way. So let's give him a nice round of applause. You can speak maybe later on, but not tonight, just so you know. Okay, motion to confirm the agenda.
I'll move the agenda at the call of the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bryce, a seconder, please. Councillor Stevens? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have minutes from the March 27th and March 28th meetings of City Council. I'll just have one motion to accept both of them. Councillor Young?
I move both of those minutes, Your
Thank you,
Worship.
Councillor Young. A seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins, any discussions, errors, or omissions on the minutes from those two meetings? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll get into our first issue with respect to delegations, communications, and public hearings. Our first delegation is Stephen Onda. Mr. Onda, if you could come forward. Identify who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and the members of council may have questions afterwards.
I see things have changed. You used to be able to sit when you made a presentation. I like standing better. I asked to make this brief presentation to demonstrate my support of the Coopertown Neighborhood Plan. The ability of Regina to provide choice and opportunity for growth is greatly appreciated. I believe that the timelines for the build-out of Coopertown are reasonable in that they take a long view, anticipating what our city will become. I encourage the city to continue to consider the initiative of Rosewood embodied in that neighborhood plan and to prioritize the development opportunities that exist there. Notably, the elementary school, the existing faith-based presence, the well-grown root of the community. Early infrastructure, admittedly limited, would allow for development to start soonest. Rosewood, along with Dream, have provided long-term, insightful efforts to develop our city and its inside communities. Scaling the start of what will become a larger and greater community in Regina with build starts from Rosewood appears to be a natural step. Building out land in its early development phases will help pay for the future infrastructure. Concept plan approval and build start capabilities will greatly assist in predicting the overall development horizons. By embracing a limited but innovative development in Rosewood is truly taking a step onto what the future may hold. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions from the delegation? Oh, you've done very well. Thank you very much. Again, return to the gallery. Thank you so much. Next delegation is Jason Carlston and Evan Hunchak. If you could identify yourselves for the record who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Jason Carlston here with Evan Hunchak, and we represent Dream Development. First, we thank your administration for the work they've done on this file, with particular thanks to Jeremy Fenton and Ian Cantello for quarterbacking the review process to a successful conclusion. The report before you provides a solid overview of the plan's organizing elements in which Dream supports. Dream has been working on the Coopertown plan and its many iterations for several years, culminating in what the administration has in front of you today. Ultimately, it will be the city's largest new complete neighborhood as identified in the official community plan. Some of the key characteristics of Coopertown include that it's designed around an urban center that will serve future as well as the existing population. It'll comprise 6 distinct neighborhoods, each with their own identity and a neighborhood hub. The neighborhoods will be well connected to each other through the road and open space networks. The area will offer a mix of housing types and densities and a generalized grid network of streets to aid in connectivity and circulation pattern, and a connected open space network with a centralized zone-level park and a perimeter pathway system. In planning Coopertown, it's important to note that we've not only considered how it's organized within the plan area, but also how it relates to the existing adjacent communities and networks. The policies in this document take this into account, and the location of the urban center at Rochdale Boulevard and Courtney Street demonstrates this important consideration. In sum, as the administration reports note, the plan is consistent with the policies in the new OCP, and we concur with the recommendations before you. We're prepared to provide any further information or address questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson, for your presentation. Questions? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, evening, gentlemen. We're going to walk this through a little bit so everybody knows what we're talking about. So if you received approval tonight, what would happen next, please?
Your Worship, there's another level of planning yet. So the neighborhood plan represents a large-scale area population of approximately 35,000 range and over 25 years' worth of growth in the area. The next step, as we heard from the previous delegation, Rosewood is advancing their neighborhood, and Dream will also be advancing a neighborhood. So in the phasing and financing plan, the phasing plan identifies 160 acres on Dream property and 160 acres within Rosewood, and both of those properties require a concept plan, so a much more detailed plan outlining where the local streets and the collectors and specific location of the parks and such. So we'll undertake that level of planning, and that would be before you in some time over the next 6 to plus months.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask the question, but I'll phrase it slightly differently. What will council's approval today mean for you to be able to do? Is there going to be pipes in the ground next week? Will there be any kind of digging, laying of land or something like that?
Your Worship, no, it really just enables us to go to the next level of planning. So these policies will be reflected within the detailed plan that we will now be creating. So it sets some clarity on what we need to provide within the specific neighborhoods.
Okay, so you have to come back with whatever neighborhood plan for whatever part of the development you want to have, so council will give approval at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
So if we just talk a little bit about the official community plan for a minute. So one of the things that we often note is about the number of people per hectare. So could you just speak to that specific for the overall plan, if you don't mind?
Yes, Your Worship. So the OCP identifies a minimum target of 50 people per hectare. So that's something that we will be translating throughout the whole entire neighborhood, and each of the 6 neighborhoods or the distinct communities within Coopertown will also be subject to that.
When you look at servicing for not only the first neighborhood, but generally, is it possible that some of the servicing that you would provide would affect existing neighborhoods?
Your Worship, yes. So what we're looking at on the sanitary sewer side is a new lift station that the city administration has identified would be required to build in capacity to take to alleviate existing issues within the existing city system, particularly taking Maple Ridge Lift Station offline, which would alleviate some issues in that area, and potentially the West Hill neighborhood.
Right. So, and some of this would be paid for by service agreement fees, for example?
Yes, Your Worship, the bulk of the lift station would be paid for actually directly by the developer. And then some of the additional capacity to assist existing areas would come somehow from the city, either utility or whatever the fund.
Thanks for that. So a little bit about transportation, if you don't mind, because you certainly have before us a large number of people and so on, but there's also a new bypass to the west. So could you just talk a little bit about connectivity to the existing neighborhood, how the bypass fits in and so on, if you don't mind?
So through you, Your Worship, the 9th Avenue North would have a connection to the bypass, that there's an interchange planned at that intersection. That would be one of the major connections to the northwest that's going to be built. There's future allocation and some points in the future to tie in Armour Road to the bypass, but that's quite a bit out from right now.
Sure.
At the intersection of Courtney Street and 9th Avenue North, sufficient land has been allocated for allowance of a future interchange if required to accommodate traffic onto 9th Avenue North. And we're just working through some of the details as to what the connections would look like on Fairway Road and Pinkey Road at this point in time.
Good, thanks for that. And if you don't mind, comment or two about Courtney Street and your responsibility for the existing Courtney and what could be in the future.
Yeah, so through your worship, as a developer there, and I guess the changes within the service agreement fee policies, the expansion of Courtney Street would be required to be built by the adjacent developers, us being one of them.
Sure.
So the twinning of Courtney Street, as we would be developing, I guess from 9th Avenue North to the north, or progressing northward along Courtney Street, we would be the ones to build that addition to Courtney Street.
Okay, thanks. So again, I'm going to go back to where I began. I just want to be real clear because not everybody understands terminology. So really what we're doing is we're giving you a permission to start consideration of development for this, but you must come back to us with more detailed plans, which means you have to work with the administration on detailed plans for a neighborhood, and at the same time, Rosewood is doing the same thing. Did I catch that right?
Your worship, yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Are there other questions? Councilor Stevens?
Thank you, Your Worship. Jason, Evan, thank you very much. I'd also like to extend thanks to other delegations who are going to speak to this issue. I think it's a very exciting development. I think it's very much community-focused, and I appreciated actually learning about the development by reading through the submissions. I have a couple questions, though, and some of these are informed by my council colleague, Lori Bresciani, who had forwarded these to me in advance. Can you walk me through the type of affordable social housing options that might be fixed into this new development, Coopertown?
Yes, through your worship. So within the housing spectrum, as a private sector developer, we'll be providing the bulk of housing within the spectrum. Where, as a private developer, we won't be necessarily directly providing would be in the shelter area or the subsidized housing. Subsidized housing is dependent, as you know, about on some government interaction or involvement. So we have been involved with Sask Housing. We have 2 projects currently underway in Harbour Landing, which we're constructing on behalf of Sask Housing. So we've been in touch with Sask Housing through the planning of Coopertown, and we would hope to have some true social housing included within Coopertown. Now, in terms of attainable housing, there'll also be other builders within Coopertown that have done housing on the more affordable spectrum within the market housing as well. Porchlight, New Rock has done that too, and they've expressed an interest with Rosewood. So we'd be looking at trying to provide somehow within every spectrum, almost every spectrum of the housing continuum.
Could you just provide a definition of attainable and affordable housing as you're using it here?
I think definition best provided by the city, but my differentiation would just be subsidized or affordable housing would have some level of subsidy or involvement from the government, whereas attainable might be on the just delivered by the private sector, but be at a much lower price point.
So it could be right at market average for that area? Or for
It could be market average, could be below market average.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the roads, now you mentioned this in the concept plan, at least the promise of bolting this into the new development, cycling infrastructure. Are you entertaining cycling infrastructure not just in terms of separated pathways that link through parks, but also through dedicated bike lanes and other infrastructure right on the roadways?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we would be incorporating different cycling infrastructure within the Coopertown neighborhood plan. Those details we're starting to work on now within the concept plan and the traffic impact assessment as to the location of them. But there would be on-street cycle lanes. Rink Avenue, for example, within the transportation master plan identifies cycle lane on-street there, that we would have that piece. But there would be off-street cycle lanes as well through the trail systems and boulevards and whatnot. So there would be multiple opportunities, and we'd also look to try and advance some connections to Wascana Creek to the south as well.
Thank you. One of the important pillars within the official community plan is that rough 70-30 split between infill development and greenfield expansion. Where does this fit into the official community plan in that respect?
Your Worship, certainly this fits in within the greenfield 70% category. And as we understand, the administration is currently working on infill development guidelines, an infill development levy, and some additional work on intensification. So, this would work to satisfy the demand for peripheral development.
But it wouldn't fit into the 30/70. So this would probably, we're seeing, in terms of the space being provided, there's more greenfield development and infill. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, it fits into the 70%. So it would, the 70% target is for peripheral development, and that's where this would satisfy.
But as a ratio, we would then need to see an expansion. We're sitting around 18% of infill. Would that not skew it further?
Your Worship, it all depends on demand and pace of development. So the approval of this doesn't skew it. It's the pace of development within the inner city or pace of development on the periphery that would lead to a increase in that percentage.
Fair enough. As I'm walking my way through this lesson in development, which is something I started fairly recently in October, can you tell me the dollar value of the infrastructure that Coopertown is going to hand over to the city, from roads, parks? There's a promise of a fire hall. Can you walk through the number for me, please?
Your Worship, we haven't done the math per se for the full of Coopertown. I think for a comparator, the first phase that we undertook of about 300 lots and some parcels in Eastbrook was in the $20 to $30 million range of infrastructure. Okay. But that includes fees as well. So the actual infrastructure was probably closer to 10 to 12. Oh, we're doing some really quick math.
Doing his calculations.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Estimates are fine. Thank you.
So if you want it, through Your Worship, if you want to just bear with me here, there's approximately 2,000 acres within the neighborhood plan, which would be close to 800 hectares. And I guess it would depend on the future development levy rate, but at the present rate this year, it's give or take around $400,000 per hectare. So that would be around $320 million payable to the city over the life of the project at today's value in development levies paid.
Thank you. The final question I have, and I understand that you might not have these numbers, but in terms of the long-term liability, something I'm learning here is that historically growth has not paid for growth. What's the infrastructure liability per person in this, and when do we actually start seeing the city break even in the long term here?
Yes, Your Worship. You may want to confirm with your administration, but as I seem to recall, the OCP growth plan, they undertook some work with Hempson, the consultant, who assessed that over the 25-year period it was about a neutral effect. So in terms of the costs of infrastructure and so forth, in addition to the taxes that would be generated. So they did some high-level work that over the 25-year period, the 300,000 growth plan, in addition to the industrial and commercial that would be developed, would net about even. So you can confirm that with the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Have you done any work on the land to see whether there are any burial grounds or any other heritage concerns with that property?
Yes, Your Worship, we have. So we've undertaken all of the necessary heritage as well as environmental studies and have been cleared through the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Can you go over the public space that will be included within this development, please? Through you, Your Worship.
Right, Your Worship. So we will be required to have 10% dedication towards parks. Be above that, so that will mean variation between the 6 distinct neighborhoods because we're going to have a large centralized zone level park, which was likely over 30 acres in size. In addition to that, a number of the open space features, we're going to have a storm channel very similar to Harbor Landing with a linear pathway system, won't be counted in that 10%. So the open space system will be 10% plus a number of sort of municipal utility parcels, pathway system along the storm channel. We're looking at a perimeter pathway system around the entire neighborhood, which not all of that would likely be counted within towards open space.
Thank you. In these parks, will there be things like playgrounds and spray parks and the like?
Yes, Your Worship. So we're working right now with the city on what the requirements would be within the first neighborhood. Each neighborhood generally, depending upon its population, requires a certain amount of different types of open space programming. So what you'll definitely see a multipurpose, large multipurpose park, likely accompanied by some smaller pocket parks with play structures within them.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Massanelli?
Through you, Mayor. One of the questions I have is you mentioned infrastructure upgrades for some existing areas in my ward, like West Hill, for the pumping stations. You also mentioned Courtney Street being doubled. Presently, there's no sidewalk on Courtney Street. With future upgrades to Courtney, would that be impacted and put off to a later date? Or is that something in the near term that might be looked at, or do you know anything about that?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm having difficulty speaking today. I'm sorry. Within the review of the detailed engineering drawings for Courtney Street, it would be designed to have an urban cross-section.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a multi-purpose path system on the east side of Courtney right now.
Mm-hmm.
We would be looking to add something similar to that on the west side. And if there's separate sidewalk needed in addition to that, administration would advise, and we would be constructing that as well.
What would the time frame be for that?
Through you, Your Worship, we're looking to proceed with development anticipated in 2018, and the first phase would roughly start at 9th and Courtney Street, so there may be some activity as of 2018 or 2019 to enhance Courtney Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now consider the proposed Coopertown Neighborhood Plan. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Could I bring proposed Coopertown neighborhood plan to the floor? I'll seek a seconder.
Seconder, please. Oh, we did. Yes, I'm sorry. Right, we did. We have a communications plan from Rosewood Park Alliance Church. Could I have a motion to receive and file? Councillor Bryce, seconder. Okay. Councillor Flagel, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'll seek a seconder, and then I'll speak to this.
Councillor Young.
Thanks very much. Just want to note that that communication was in favor of the plan that's before us as well. So what you have before you, and at Planning Commission, we spent some time certainly looking at the overall large plan, but as the delegation explained to you, for you, is that this is just permission for them to go ahead. And so the idea is that there is a plan for a smaller neighborhood that could become a very large development. I will speak from the west side of the city in that we have oft looked for more services to our area and more opportunity, and you are aware that West Hill was before us before, and that is starting to develop. And I will tell you that people on the west side look forward to what Coopertown could bring. I will finish my comments with a little different tone, but I'll just leave it for that. We would seek concurrence from a planning perspective on Planning Commission. We have no issue with this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Are there speakers to the report? Councillor Flagel.
Just a couple of general comments. What Councillor O'Donnell has said is true, and the road network that's going to go in there, plus allowing also with the bypass being completed in a couple of years, is going to take away a lot of traffic from the central hub, say, to McCarthy Boulevard and that. But we have to make sure that the road network around here is built properly. And I guess one of my questions is, the delegation mentioned Courtney Street. How far are we going to take with this development fees or any of this? Is any of this money going to be spent to go south on Courtney, south of Sherwood Drive?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. I'll ask Mr. Brown to explain how Courtney Street will develop into the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Through you, Your Worship, in terms of Courtney Street, the city administration is looking at it in terms of its long-term extensions down to Dudney Avenue. The same goes for Pinky Road as well too, and looking to see what the alignments and requirements are in terms of when that would go, and that would in turn tie into the servicing agreement fees model in terms of funding and financing those upgrades as well too, in terms of as those projects would be servicing agreement fee funded.
Thank you. The delegation, through you, Mr. Mayor's delegation talked about cost and the expense, the $320 million, I think. But what do we see in the next 3 years it costing the city of Regina to do what is in front of us today?
Ms. Harlock?
Approximately.
Through your worship, I'll start, and I might ask Mr. Brown to elaborate. But at this point, as the development plans come forward, as the delegation noted, the developers pay for the majority of the costs, and we're only asked to contribute portions to infrastructure that are related to accommodating existing developments. So within the servicing agreement model, the city's share to do the whole $1.4 billion worth of infrastructure for the whole growth plan accounts for $211 million, but that's spread over 25 years. Okay. So at this point, it's as developments happen and whether or not infrastructure that the developers are providing have capacity additions to accommodate existing growth. So I can't give you an exact number right now, but I'd ask if Mr. Brown has anything else to add.
Mr. Brown?
No, sorry, nothing further, Your Worship.
So thanks for that, through you as well. Further on that, I know that at one point, the existing trunk lines that were coming out of Sherwood Estates and or whatever the other subdivision is there, Rochdale, they were adequate. And we were actually going to tie into those at one time. I remember the design. So if we don't have to tie into that, is that going to maintain their service, make it better? Are we going to tie into now the new system? Is it going to tie into the old? Or is this going to be a separate system altogether?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, the long-term plans with regards to the lift station is, as indicated in the report, is to look at the larger lift station that would be accommodated in West Hill, and then to close down the Maple Ridge, and then to look at West Hill as an example. So hopefully with that, we'll be able to accommodate all development into one lift station.
And then one more thing in regards to, and Rosewood is in full agreement of this, they've had some challenges as well, but is this going to alleviate some of their pressure, or is this a separate item altogether from the Rosewood development and where the school site is?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, right now we're working with the school site separate with Rosewood, and they have a certain portion of their phase one that can work with the existing Maple Ridge lift station. Okay. But we'll have to work with them for the rest of their lands for their overall development and long-term servicing strategy.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions or comments on the report? Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Your Worship. Some similar questions. First off, there's a question that Councillor Bresciani wanted me to pose here, and that has to do with just the nature of the expansion. So we're seeing this on the northwest corner. Her concern here was really about how wise it is for us to start expanding in all these different directions and stretching the existing infrastructure. Perhaps you can comment perhaps on the overall plan of where these greenfield developments are taking place.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, when we did the official community plan, we had to implement a phasing plan as part of the official community plan. So we undertook that, and that was approved last year, I guess, a year ago. And so the phasing plan is appended and within the official community plan. Part of the review and talking with the community and the development community also was allowing for market choice. And so those were some of the factors that were considered when we put forward the phasing plan.
Thank you. I'll go back to this question on greenfield versus infill development. I know we had a conversation about this earlier, but I'd just like to press it a bit further. The 70-30 split. However you cut this, it's evident, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we are expanding through greenfield more than we are through infill development. So that exceeds the 70%. We're talking probably, what, 80-20? Are we equipped to deal with the infill development that we need to keep this target?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, as we know, the splits between infill and greenfield, they vary each year depending on the amount of development that takes place. So over the last few years, as we've been doing the counts, we have seen that the infill target of 30% has been lower. Within the 25-year plan, we have a number of initiatives to look at infill and to look at how we're going to see infill take place in the city. And so we still have some work to do, and as we move forward through the different analyzation, we'll be able to come back with council to talk about what sorts of things do we need to put in place in order to encourage infill development. Part of the official community plan, as you know, in our growth plan, has a number of corridors that are identified. Because the plan, it's only going into, next year will be year 5. We haven't gotten to the planning stages of what the corridor plans would look like. And as we move into that, that's where we hope to see more information on what infrastructure is needed to sustain or to support infill and those matters, and also neighborhood plans. One of the things that the administration is doing right now is we will be going into consultation regarding the infill servicing agreement fee, and we'll be doing consultation in June regarding that, and a report will be coming back to council early next year to talk about that.
Thank you. Just a comment. I guess my concern here is that we're following this Calgary and before it the Detroit model of just allowing things to exponentially grow on the exterior without catching up, if you will, on the infill incentives or infrastructure. So just an observation there. There's a statement here, page 38 of the PDF of the entire report. I'll read it here. I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head. The municipal infrastructure that is built and funded by the developers will become the city's responsibility to operate and maintain through future budgets. Is it expected that the first phase of development will impact the city's budgets beginning in the late 2018 or 2019? Can you give me some ballpark figure on what those costs might be? And secondly, when do we start recovering those costs?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, with the opening of the school and the roads and the infrastructure we'll be taking over, those are the first sets of infrastructure that we'll be taking over to operate and maintain. I don't have the exact number of what that would cost at this point in time, but it would be incremental costs. So there will be incremental costs as we move forward with respect to development, and as houses develop and commercial and commercial areas within there, we'll start collecting taxes. So in 2018, we're looking at the infrastructure that we're taking over from the school site. I can get that as an undertaking in terms of an estimate for council, if you wish.
Thank you. In the longer term, and I guess I'm reflecting on the fact that I helped plant a tree in Victoria Park as part of the Canada 150 projects with Tree Canada, CN, and I referenced a tree that's been there for 116 years, and if I could, I'm trying to think that far in the future, beyond the great-grandkids even, and I'm concerned that we should be more mindful now of these legacy costs, 20, 30, or 40, and even a century from now, and that's kind of where I'm going with this. So, curious about your response to this question. Does growth pay for growth over, say, a 20 or 30-year period? Do we know that for certain? Can I see a report, some calculations that would confirm that this will pay for itself over a 20 or 30-year period?
I think that's a supposition all along, but Ms. Harlock, you can confirm that.
Through Your Worship, that's correct. Within the OCP, we talk about growth paying for growth, and I think the first step that we did as a city was looking at our SAF policy and working really closely with the developers and coming to an agreement on what that meant for the city of Regina. One of the projects that we will be doing in 2018 is to look at the cost of growth study. That will look at the full costs of what a neighborhood would cost to bring all those sorts of things in, so that we can bring more formative information to council when we approve neighborhoods such as this. But there's always a balance with respect to land use and taxes that you're getting in, and those are some of the balancing things that we'll need to look at, because not every neighborhood might not pay for itself, because older neighborhoods might not have all the amenities or the commercial and industrial, but overall we want to look at the whole city to make sure that all of our growth is balancing, and we need a healthy tax base to do that with commercial, industrial, and residential.
So that's precisely what I'm looking for, is that study. I'd like some confirmation here with some data that this will indeed, and I understand that the OCP does that, but I want to see something more concrete. I see where we're going. You're asking us to make a decision before those facts are in. So I'd consider sending this back to the developers as well as administration for further consideration. I'm curious if I could hear from other councillors about referring this back to administration.
Well, we'll hold that until we hear from other members of council on this. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Dunn, you're going to close debate. Okay. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Massanelli.
I have a couple questions. How will this affect things in my area, such as Pinky Road? I've already touched on Courtney. I have kids starting school in late fall, and they don't have sidewalks to walk on to get to school. I have residents with complaints about street lights as well as pedestrian walkways. How's this going to affect things, putting a whole new development in there? Is it going to hold them off for roads to be rebuilt, or will there be things addressed? Sorry?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, I'll start, and I might ask Mr. Brown to expand. But as noted, there is plans for the Courtney Street upgrades, Pinky Road, 9th Avenue. So there will be upgrades that will take place within the transportation network. And also, as indicated with the wastewater systems, we are looking at having one larger lift station that will help to alleviate some of the concerns within West Hill and the Maple Ridge lift station. Did you? Is that?
No, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Other speakers? Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to confirm about growth and the phasing and financing plan that we put in place at the same time that the OCP was put into place. Can you tell me what the population will have to be before those neighborhoods actually go forward in Cooperstown?
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, I don't have the phasing plan with me, but I believe that there has to be a build-out of 80%, and I would just like to have confirmation.
I'm talking about population growth.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
we have it based on, the phasing is based on like a percentage of build-out, and I believe it's
Okay.
80%, or pardon me, 75% build-out before we can go to the next phases of development. So-
And we're still in the 235,000 population phase?
Ms. Howlock?
Well, the 235 and the phase one of the 300 are all kind of amalgamated together. So we have
The
that
phase
phase
one,
and then
but
the phase ones.
But the larger part of Coopertown is part of the 300,000 population growth area. Am I correct?
Ms. Howlock?
Well, as I said, yes, the whole area is the 300,000 population. So we no longer have like we had the old 235 and then we have the 300. But right now we have the phase one, which we have the approved phasing map, and there's phase 1A and phase 1B, and then we go into phase 2 and phase 3 lands.
The idea being that we are actually controlling builds in those areas to match the growth in the city. We aren't just allowing building to go forward when there isn't the population to support that.
Ms. Howlock?
Through your worship, the phasing looked at how allowing for market choice and those sorts of things, and then with the 75%, we wouldn't look at going into the next phases until we
that
have
was
that.
fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other speakers? Councilor Anderson, can you take the... Thank you. I just have a question to the administration to confirm that we have gone through phasing financing, interim phasing financing, which we passed last council, and we now have the permanent phasing financing, and that is that's based upon the principle of growth paying for growth in the broadest sense, and we review the per acre hectare fees, or the fees on phasing financing, every 5 years, is it, or earlier than that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually review the fees on a yearly basis, but the overall policy we'll review every 5 years.
Every 5 years, okay. So the point I would make, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that we have based all of the new growth and indeed the growth inside the city, and will be doing on a cost recovery basis, so that in fact taxpayers will not be subsidizing new growth. We did that for many, many years, where taxpayers paid for the bulk of the growth in areas that are now older areas of the city. And the last council and this council, I think, certainly through the fiscal community plan, agreed that not to happen. So while we can pick and choose different areas where we may say this is, it ultimately will be paying for itself completely. It's the same as when we have the 70-30 split. It's a moving target because we have development at different stages, at different cadences, if you will, and we're looking at ways to encourage infill growth. So we may not match exactly 70-30, but I think that's the intent, and over a period of time we'll have that. So I think we should move forward with this plan because this is within our growth plan. Northwest is chosen because it is, for servicing, easier than other areas of the city. It's what we annexed a number of years ago to continue that growth, the same as Southwest. And we're focusing, of course, on infill as well. So I see no need to hold this process up. Information that can be provided to members of council and to the public with respect to how things are, how we have it growth paying for growth, are done on modeling, and those have been run through with the administration, with the development community. Those who build these areas have that information. So from my perspective, I think we should go forward with this tonight. It is simply the neighborhood plan. It is not the concept plan, where more detail will be given in terms of what actually will be built, or what is proposed to be built. Thank you. So other speakers? There are no other speakers. Councillor Stevens, you have a referral motion?
I do, thank you. I'd like to refer this back to administration as well as the development community and provide us with a more rigorous cost of growth study that would accompany this report and this recommendation coming back to council.
Okay, we're going to try and capture that in a motion here. This is a referral motion. It's not debatable. Members may have questions on understanding the intent of it. Do you want to provide that again, Councillor Stevens?
Absolutely. That administration provide a detailed cost of growth report to council that outlines, if I need further clarification, that really outlines the cost of this development for the city.
For a motion, I'll need a seconder for the motion. Second, Councilor Massinelli? Okay. Okay, so no debating it. We're all clear on the intent of the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion's defeated. Any other speakers to the main motion? I know you're keen, Councillor O'Donnell. You may be the one to close debate. The floor is yours. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I want to just point out now that we've had 3 developments, East and West Terra, and now this one, where people have had to come forward, and you repeatedly heard the phrase official community plan, that whatever comes before us now must follow that document. I'll call it that doctrine that came to us because of consultation with the public. I want to change your thinking for a minute, and I want you to just do a little visualization with me, if you don't mind. The numbers have been mentioned a couple of times, and I'll pick out at 35 or 36,000 people when this is built out. Now, granted, that's well into the future, but what that is planting the city of Moose Jaw, the 3rd or 4th biggest city in the city of Regina, in the province, to the northwest corner. I point out the following. I don't pretend to know everything about Moose Jaw, but Moose Jaw has 4 high schools, 8 to 10 elementary schools, an indoor pool, an outdoor pool, a performing arts center, a field house, a number of fire stations, a police station, a major park, a multipurpose facility that seats 5,000, 2 curling rinks, golf courses, Sask Polytech campus, number of seniors care homes, a hospital, a courthouse, hotel, grocery stores, businesses, and industrial parks. I think there's a point at some point in our deliberations when we have to go away from just the narrow house, block, street to what a neighborhood is all about, or what a city is all about. And while we can make some of these decisions, there are other people now that we're serving notice to, that as we grow, and by the way, we are growing, that some of these other things become needed and necessary and, heaven forbid, expected. I hope that you'll go with this plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There's no other speakers on this report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We'll now move on to our next delegation related to a zoning amendment to include a dental laboratory. Dale Canham, and I believe there's others here as well, Newt Prohast and John. I'm not going to try the last name. I don't want to do that. So
Thank you,
just
Your
state your name,
Worship.
who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there'll be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Dale Kahneman. With me are Knut Pothast and John Sechelidis, who are the owners of Diamond Dental Laboratory in Regina. Your Worship, members of City Council, this application, as you'll see in the materials, is to amend the zoning bylaw in the MS zone as it pertains to the Main Street zone to allow for a dental laboratory as a permitted use in the MS zone. We have filed a written brief that sets out some of the background, and this matter was considered by the Regina Planning Commission at its regular meeting, I think in April the 14th. The proposed use, Your Worship and members of council, in our submission is commensurate with other professional uses in the MS zone, and it recognizes the growth in the northwest area of our city. This amendment would also enhance the provision of services to members of the public in the northwest area of the city. We're speaking here particularly of a mature commercial cul-de-sac on Lakewood Court, just off Rochdale Boulevard. The existing professional uses in that cul-de-sac include a dentist office, an optometrist, a veterinarian, a law office, and formerly an insurance office. This proposed use or proposed expansion of the zoning would permit the establishment of a dental laboratory, which would enable my clients to serve the dental community and members of the public in the northwest area of the city. And as I say, the background information is set out in your materials, Your Worship. I wish to thank members of council for the consideration of this request. That's my submission, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Canham. There may be questions from members of council. Well, I think you're perfectly clear in your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery now, and we'll look at the rezoning amendment application for Main Street amendment to include a dental laboratory. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'll bring this to the floor if I could have a seconder, please.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. I think Mr. Cannon, by the way, did an excellent job of presenting not only the application, but what is around it. I'll speak to that in a second, but I believe I need to do an amendment. I'm going to get the administration to help me, if you don't mind, just give an explanation.
Ms. Howlack?
Through you, Your Worship. There was an error in Appendix A2. When administration looked at the parking requirements, it was found, it was an oversight of administration. There actually is a parking standard, so we don't need that amendment in the new bylaw. So we're just asking council to only go with amendment number 1 on Appendix A2 and delete the reference to the amendment number 2.
So we delete number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move that, please.
Seconder for that, please, delete recommendation number 2. Councillor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'll just finish this. There was an interesting word in the headline here. It's called Main Street. I'm old enough to remember when there was no Rochdale, and Rochdale, when it was developed, was a Main Street corridor for commercial application. And in this little area where they proposed to put their clinic, actually fits all of these little professional areas in one. It's the perfect fit. Planning Commission had no issue. We seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Are the speakers to this? Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. No, I'm in favor of this too, because it's just another diversity that comes to this area, and it's been good. There's a dentist right nearby. There's another one across the street. And it just fits. And the delegation at planning, they came forward and they said it's going to enhance because a lot more people are going to come to the area, which then they're going to start using the other food services that are in there. And I counted about 3 weeks ago, I was walking down Rochdale. I don't remember Rochdale myself when I was young, but wasn't around. So I think I counted 38 food service places on Rochdale Boulevard. They all require teeth. So this is a good fit. I think it's good. It's one of these things that it could have been another restaurant, and this is another great opportunity for these guys to open up this business and get it there. Keep the teeth sharp because there's lots of restaurants around.
Okay, on that note, any other speakers? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have two bylaws. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaws number 2017-16 and 2017-17 be introduced and read a first time. And just to clarify, these bylaws are attached to the Coopertown development.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes. Mr. Clerk will explain that in just a moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider the bylaws associated with the reports CR 17-37 and CR 17-38. Bylaw 217-16, respecting the proposed amendments to guide the growth, development, and servicing of a proposed new area in the northwest part of the city, and Bylaw 217-17, respecting the proposed amendments for the establishment of a medical dental laboratory. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to either or both of these amendments, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the question on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Stevens?
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws number 2017-16 and 2017-17 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Stevens.
I would like to move that we separate, I'd like to ask that we separate 2017-16 and 2017-17 into separate motions.
We can do that. So you'd like to do 16 first? Okay.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws number 2017-16 be read a third time.
Third time.
Bear with me, folks. I'm learning here.
All those in favor? Opposed? That bylaw will be held until the next sitting of City Council. So we'll table that. No, you do bylaw 17 now.
Yep. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw number 2017-17 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Stevens.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw number 2017-17 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to delegations, communication, bylaws, and related reports. We have Mr. Steve Gammon as a delegation. Mr. Gammon, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, my name is Steve Gammon, and I'm a planner with MMM Group Limited, a WSP company, here on behalf of Costco Wholesale Canada Limited, or Costco. I'm the planner on this application and have here with me today Mr. Jeff Ishida, who is with Costco Wholesale. If it pleases council, I would like to take a few minutes to describe the proposed Costco Regina relocation project, provide a general overview of both the site layout and development details, as well as the discretionary use application before you today. And then I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have related to this discretionary use application. With regard to the description of the project, Costco is proposing a new warehouse membership club, or a warehouse, within an ancillary gas bar within the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan area in the approved Aurora subdivision. The proposed new warehouse is intended to replace the existing warehouse and gas bar facility located at 665 University Park Drive, which is ultimately about 2.7 kilometers west along Victoria Avenue, Highway 1 from the proposed relocation site. Costco would like to serve its members better through the provision of a new, larger warehouse offering a full spectrum of Costco's current products and services in relative proximity to the existing warehouse, as it has outgrown its existing facility through the support of Costco's members in the City of Regina and surrounding area. The proposed Costco site is an approximate 16.74-acre parcel fronted on the north, west, and south by planned public right-of-ways, and a planned development parcel to the east. The proposed new warehouse will be approximately 14,620 square meters, with a warehouse situated in the southeast corner of the property. It will include all product ranges and services typical of a contemporary Costco, including a pharmacy, hearing center, optical center, photo center, bakery, deli, food service counter, tire center, and propane station. The other notable ancillary use is the proposed gas bar located in the northwest corner of the site, and there's a small amount of gross floor area, or GFA, associated with the mechanical enclosure and warming hut at the gas bar. With regard to site access, it will be accessed by both one right-in, right-out only and one full-turns access road from Anaquad Road, to the north, as well as one access from Aurora Boulevard to the west, and two accesses from Optimist Drive to the south. Pedestrian access is also intended from each of the three surrounding streets. The site has a proposed 863 parking stalls with 16 accessible stalls, where only 679 are required, and 3 accessible parking stalls are required. Finally, the proposed landscape plan has been designed to provide a high level of tree and shrub planting, utilizing all yards and landscape setbacks and all islands in the parking lot for trees and shrubs. With regards to the discretionary use application, the purpose of the application for discretionary use before you today is to allow for the development of the proposed new warehouse, membership club, and a major arterial commercial zone. A discretionary use permit, development permit is required as retail uses within MAC zones that exceed 1,000 square meters in gross floor area are considered discretionary as per the City of Regina zoning bylaw 9250. The gross floor area of the proposed Costco Warehouse Membership Club with the ancillary gas bar is 14,632.9 square meters, and thus approval for this discretionary use is required. In our opinion, the proposed plan is consistent with and implements the policies of the official community plan and is situated within a planning framework that intends this type of use on this site. On behalf of Costco, I would like to thank City Council for the opportunity to present to you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have related to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin, very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Bryce.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So up in the northwest, there is no Costco. And I have residents who say to me, why are we looking at buying or getting a bigger Costco rather than putting another Costco across town?
I can answer part of that question as it relates to this application, in that Costco intends to obviously improve upon the existing warehouse in South Regina. It is an older warehouse, and it's not as up to Costco standards for functionality. When relocating an existing warehouse, Costco prefers to keep it in proximity to the existing warehouse as members over time develop shopping and travel patterns that they don't like to disrupt.
Are there plans in the future, through you, Mr. Mayor, to build a Costco in the northwest?
Through your worship, may I direct that question to Mr. Jeff Ishida?
You can. If you can come up and maybe come up to the podium and identify yourself for the record, and please answer the question as best you can.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Jeff Ishida. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate for Costco.
Thank you. Welcome to Regina.
The question was whether we would ever do anything in Northwest. We are looking constantly at the market. We've done very well in Regina. We like the market a lot. The relocation in this case, as Steve says, is to get us a better facility. Our facility is grossly undersized right now, as I'm sure you're aware of, having shopped there. But at this point in time, looking at the market, it doesn't quite work for us, but we are keeping an eye on it, and certainly the market is large enough that at some point in the future that may be a possibility.
Thank you. Disappointed to hear that.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. And Councilor Bryce, you stole my thunder, but no, good question. I was going to ask the same. But I do, your answer you gave doesn't make sense if what you said. Then how did Saskatoon get one in the north and then one in the east?
Councilor Flagel, there's not to be argument.
It's not a debate. I'm asking the
Order.
question.
Councilor Flagel, this is not meant to be argumentative. You can ask questions, but not to argue or debate.
So why did Saskatoon get a north and an east store then?
Your Worship, the Saskatoon situation is a little bit different in terms of how the city functions and geographically speaking. There is a barrier in Saskatoon, and we were finding that we were not penetrating the southern part of that market very well. In the case of Regina, the actual transportation system here is far better. So we are actually penetrating the market very, very well. We're not missing areas where we were missing areas in Saskatoon, and that's why they ended up with a second unit.
Well, I'm looking forward to a new one, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Councillor Stevens.
What I really love about this concept plan is all the parking. I think if you put a shuttle going there to downtown, you've solved all of my problems in Accord. Thank you very much. I have a question here from my Ward 4 colleague about the existing space. What's your imagination? What's going on with what currently exists at the site of the existing Costco? Do you have something lined up to replace your establishment there if you get approval to move out?
Your Worship, if we get approval to move out, we will sell the unit. So, and we've had some interest in it. We feel very confident that we're going to be able to dispose of that property.
That's all you know. Thank you.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much, gentlemen, for being here, both at Planning Commission and here at Council for taking questions. I want to just ask about the parking and so on, because oftentimes we get people who come before us and say, here's the minimum, I'll give you one more spot, but you've exceeded that. Can you talk to me a little bit about your logic as to how you came to this number and what that means, please?
Yes, Your Worship. When we look at the number of parks at a Costco, and generally the shopping experience at Costco is very different from any other retailer. You're not going in and buying one or two things. You're generally shopping for at least 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, in fact. And what happens then is the parking lot tends to build up in terms of parked stalls. So that's how we determine the numbers of stalls that we look at, based on the amount of sales that we're doing and the amount of time that the shoppers are taking to shop in a Costco. So you're going to find that there's going to be more stalls at a Costco for that reason than an ordinary retailer.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm curious because of proximity for this location. You're on the very edge of a city. We tend to draw people in from outside of the city. Is that a factor in your decision as well?
Your Worship, absolutely it is, because Costco is regional use. We find that because people buy their memberships, they know where we are. They're going to come from quite a far distance, actually, to shop at Costco. And our draw is rather large.
Thanks very much. Would it be accurate, I meant to look before I asked the question, but the gas bar actually would be double what is currently at the current location? Would that be approximate? Is that right?
Your Worship, I think it's about a third larger, but it is definitely larger, yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Gentlemen, question to you. You mentioned something about roads and transportation around it. Is that kind of gives you the choice of where you want to be for people coming in? For instance, you have 4 different ways of getting in and out of Costco, where now you have maybe 1 and 1.5 on your old location. That would be the main reason for you to go in where you go?
Your Worship, that's certainly a consideration. Access is critical to us to make sure that we're successful. I think this location does offer a great access to the bypass, and with the bypass interchange getting complete, that's really going to bring that forward. Our current location is really not that far, so it would really satisfy that one as well. It's just really the fact that we're undersized at the existing building.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and I'm happy you're on the east side. You're in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report to the application for discretionary use for a Costco wholesale. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So I'll move this in a max zone in the Aurora subdivision. If I could have a seconder, please.
For that. Councillor Findura.
Thanks. I'm going to first do an amendment. This is just slightly, very slightly, what's in front of you is a little different than Planning Commission. We asked at Planning Commission that you also receive the concept plan of the East Victoria to be included, and so that is Appendix A4. And if I could, I'll just offer that as amendment. Someone would second it, please.
Second for that, okay.
And just simply, we want to make sure that you have, as we wished to also have at Planning Commission, all the materials in front of you, so that's why this is there.
Okay, so on the amendment, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor O'Donnell, to the main motion.
A couple things. One, if there was ever a store that belonged in a MAC zone, this would be it. And so this is not only the right location in terms of what they're proposing, the number of parking spots, all those things that you heard. But what I'd like to also just make sure you understand is a little bit about road network. We spent some time at Planning Commission kind of looking and analyzing this for how people will get in and out of there, because obviously this will not be the only store that's there. And related to this as well is the ballparks that are just to the east there. And so the ballparks will be accessed through this road network that will come in off of Victoria, but also from a road network that will bring it in from Windsor Park. All things considered, we think this is a wonderful addition to our community. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you for that. Are there other speakers to this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We have a communication now from Sinisa Stefanovic on the medical clinic. Can I have a motion to accept that? Councilor O'Donnell, seconder, please. Councilor Bryce.
On this motion, they offered to take questions. I do have questions.
Okay. Then please come forward and identify yourself for the record.
Sinisa Stefanovic.
Yes.
Samson Satomi.
Okay. There are questions. Councilor O'Donnell.
Gentlemen, thanks for being here. I hope that you're aware from Planning Commission we had some concerns about parking and so on the area. So can I start with this? In terms of the building and the number of treatment rooms, et cetera, can you give us some idea as to how many people that you would expect to be working at any given time?
Your Mayor, Councilman, I think we expect to have 4 specialists on staff there. I think the plan is to, this is only a specialist clinic. This is not a walk-in clinic. So although we do have 14 exam rooms planned in the plans, I think that it's not so very often that happens. So I think that the parking is adequate in our mind.
Okay. So I'll just work through that a little bit. So at any given time, the maximum number of doctors working would be 4 specialists, which means that there is only appointment and that there would not be so many people just sitting around waiting. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And so that everybody understands, what happens is there's an existing small building. It used to be a Triffon's Pizza, but you're looking at doubling the size of the building and adding a second floor. Am I correct?
Your Worship, yes.
Okay. And so in addition to the doctors, would you see some other support staff that would be there?
Yes.
Can you just give me a bit of a descriptor as to 1 or 2 receptionists, nurses, just so I have some idea again, the overall numbers?
We are hoping to have about 2 full-time receptionists, casual, to cover any sick leave or whatever.
Okay. And so in terms of hours of operation, because it is specialists and you have hospital duties, do you see a limited number of hours, Monday to Friday? Could you give me a descriptor of that, please?
Most of the time, specialists have some time, they spend some time in the hospital. They only spend few times in the clinic. And most of the time, they are always seeing scheduled patients, and they will have already done, plans on what to do to each patient. And that's why we have some rooms, that number of rooms, because doctors, specialists, most especially we allocated about 3 rooms, examination rooms to 1 specialist, so that there won't be any hold up and they won't be spending too much time.
Okay.
So that's why we're not really doing any walk-in clinic on that property. We just want to do specialists only. Mostly it's going to be pediatrics and maybe geriatric.
Okay. Okay. I'm a little more clear now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? I have one related to the pharmacy. Now, is there how many staff will be there, and it's very difficult to determine how many cars or people that you may see there at any given time, but can you give us some indication of what you see happening there?
It's going to be kind of small, to your worship. It's going to be kind of small pharmacy just to service that community, so that people will not be going to town. So we are actually locating that clinic there to serve the community, so that we won't be having too much people in the ER, which is the focus of the Ministry of Health, to attend to people in their community. And that's what this is all about.
But how many people actually will be working in the pharmacy?
Maybe one pharmacist and maybe assistant, like two.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Bryce, you have questions?
I do. So these offices are for specialists, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, so how often, and I don't know if you're this far along, just because I've worked in the medical field for years now, how much time do you space between appointments?
We have about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, and sometimes the doctor gets stuck at the hospital because of an emergency, of course, which we'll understand, and there may be times that the parking is not enough to cover the number of patients and staff there. Am I correct?
I don't think so for what we've tried where we are now. What we are working with now is maybe average of 10 patients max for any consultant that will be coming in to work per day. We, like the people we are bringing in, most of them always cover like PTU, they cover MBU. So we are now expecting the doctors, all the doctors to be on ground at the same time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. So there's going to be 4 doctors there. Are they going to be there every day at the same time for the full day?
Not at all, because I think for now in Regina they have average of about 8 to 10 pediatricians. Not all of them are actually doing full time. At least 2 of them one have to be covering MBU in a week, and another one has to be covering PTU, which is pediatric teaching units. So, and the number of doctors we're bringing in, they were just going to be 4 out of all these 9 or 10. So one of them will actually be covering the PTU at least every 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay,
in between each other.
If I could just say, if you took 1 doctor out of 5 days, how many days would he be there? Or she? Yeah.
For one doctor, maybe 5 days
Out of
in
5?
a week. Sorry?
5 out of 5? I'm just saying a 5-day work week.
5-day work week. I don't understand.
Can you rephrase?
Can you rephrase that?
If you took 1 doctor
Yes.
and there was a 5-day work week, how many days would that doctor be working in your clinic?
5 days.
5 all, okay, so you'd have 4 doctors, then 5
At
days.
least 3 of them would be working 5 days.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at Report 40, which is a discretionary use application for a medical clinic and retail pharmacy. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. The address is 6210 and 6212 Dudney Avenue. If I have a second, I'll speak to
Second,
it.
please. Councillor Young.
So as I said in the earlier comments, this is an existing structure, and it was a Triffon's Pizza, and there was a residence on top of it, and it's been derelict for some time. So the proposal before you is to, in fact, modernize that building, double it in size, and obviously add a clinic. What we were unclear of is that Planning Commission was the nature of the clinic. I think the assumption was it could be a walk-in clinic, and therefore the traffic congestion could be great. And I must admit, on a personal level, I had very much reservations about this. I think because of the answers to the questions here now, and the note that there is not going to be 14 exam rooms with 14 doctors and patients and people lined up, I feel a little bit better, and I would seek concurrence on this, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I still have concerns over the parking. I still think that that should be a concern to the residents around this area, because I've been to a busy medical clinic for specialists or others, and there are times that in that doctor's office that it's overloaded with patients, and the doctor does get stuck at the hospital. So I do worry about parking around this. I understand that they're proposing 7 spots, which if you take a couple of staff as well as a couple of physicians that are there, that takes up almost all those spots. So I do have concerns about that. So maybe I'll ask administration through you, Mr. Mayor. Do we feel this is enough parking?
Ms. Howlack?
Through your worship, at this time, the clinic, because it's under 325 square meters, it doesn't require actually any. The pharmacy does require the 1. So it is over the required parking within the zoning bylaw. So it does have the 7, and then looking at the 2 adjacent streets, there is a feeling that there is about 5 spots on both of the streets, 5 on one, 5 on the other, that could accommodate off-street or on-street parking also.
Thank you for that clarification, but it brings up another question. Are you saying that this medical clinic would need 1 spot? Is that what you just said, through you, Your Worship?
Ms. Howlack?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Searle to just clarify that, but that was my understanding, was that the pharmacy needed the 1 parking stall. At this time, the one thing that, as you are aware, we are doing zone forward and looking at all of the requirements for parking within the bylaw, but unfortunately, that review hasn't been done yet, and we are working within the bylaw, the current bylaw. But I might ask Mr. Searle to correct me if I was mistaken on the number.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, the parking requirement under the zoning bylaw would be 4 parking stalls, and that's principally based on the retail component of the use, not the medical clinic itself, which does have a floor area exemption under the bylaw.
Okay, I think that that's something we need to look into in the future, because if this was right next door to your house, you would be concerned about parking as well, as I am concerned tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. Going back a few years ago, when it was Triffon's Pizza, what was the seating capacity of the restaurant? Do we know? What would it have been?
Ms. Howlack?
Through your worship, I don't have that information. Mr. Searle may, though.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, administration doesn't have that information. We would base the parking requirement for restaurants on 1 stall per 5 seats.
1 per 5, okay. Yeah, it's on the corner of a street. It's residing right next to a commercial building. And I think if it was a restaurant and there was a 25 seat, from what I can remember of that size of place, it's probably 25 or 30 seating capacity, 4 staff, 5 staff. I think you're fitting at 7 or 8 parking stalls available. There's side street parking, which doesn't affect the residents. Front street parking on Dudney Avenue, which doesn't affect the residents. I think there's plenty of room, and depending on how big the space is, I know there's parking right at the rear of the building as well, so that probably gives them a few more spaces as well. So we looked at this at planning, and again, I was like with Councillor O'Donnell, I was a little skeptical about it at first, but I've seen that now that it's not going to be 40 people waiting in line to walk in and out, so I'm all for this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay, we'll move on to, we have this is for the downtown bid, the Business Improvement District budget for 2017. Ms. Veresick is here for questions only. Do we have questions of Ms. Veresick? Any member of council want to speak to her? Okay, could I have her communications to be received and filed then? Councillor Hawkins, a seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we'll move into Executive Committee report. This is for the 2017 budget for Regina Downtown bid. Councillor Stevens? It's report 41.
Sorry. I would seek concurrence on the recommendation of the Executive Committee from April 12, 2017, that City Council approve the 2017 Regina Downtown Business Improvement District budget as detailed in Appendix A.
Okay, I'll ask for a seconder for that, please. Councilor Murray, do you want to speak to it at all, or?
I guess the only thing to mention here is the report and the budget outlines a lot of the good work that the RD bid proposes to do in the future. I think it's actually quite commendable how much the bid actually accomplishes in terms of creating a very vibrant downtown. If I understand correctly, and memory serves correct here, there's a slight increase in the mill rate, but as we've seen, the bid does a great deal with that money, and we'll be building new infrastructure in the downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray, do you have any comments? You sit on the board. Do you have anything you want to add?
Through your worship, I'll just add as well that to what Councillor Stevens said is that one of the challenges with this budget that we brought forward is we were unable to meet the secondary downtown sweep, and because of this, the RD bid has said that they are willing to explore that to be able to facilitate that cleanup of downtown. So that's commendable, and I would just like to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other questions or comments on RD bid's 2017 budget? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we move on to our next delegation. John Ashton and Derek Thule, please come forward. Identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. The members of council may have questions afterwards.
My name is John Ashton. I'm with the Regina Airport Authority, and joining me is Derek Toohey, also with the Airport Authority. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of Regina City Council. We wanted to speak to the issue of the exemption bylaw tonight. City Administration and Regina Airport Authority have historically worked together to develop a property taxation alternative that provides tax stability, predictability, and opportunity for revenue growth that is directly linked to growth in economic activity at the airport. The previous City Council formalized this agreement in the form of a 5-year abatement agreement in 2003. A per-passenger method was used to approximate the value and determine taxes. Upon expiry of that 5-year agreement, and for ease of calculation, the City of Regina and the Regina Airport Authority agreed to use the annual exemption bylaw to exempt taxes to approximate the level of guilt. The principles of the agreement were to be revenue neutral to the city and expense neutral to the airport, and approximate the value of services received by the airport from the city. Since the original agreement on property taxation was reached between the parties, property taxes paid to the city have increased from approximately $747,000 in 2003 to approximately $1.285 in 2016, an increase of somewhere around 72%. Annualized over the 14-year period, the average annual increase is approximately 5.14%, which is significantly higher than the average mill rate increase over that period. Saskatoon has a similar arrangement based on a per-passenger methodology and are in their third 5-year abatement agreement, approximating the guilt, and their agreement is going to expire on December 31st, 2018. A failure to recognize that our direct competing airport has their exemption intact will place YQR at a significant competitive disadvantage. The original principles in arriving at the abating agreement include acknowledgement of exemption from taxation for all runways, taxiways, and aprons, recognition that the airport is an economic facilitator that plays an integral part in attracting, maintaining new and existing businesses in Regina and is important to the economic growth and well-being of Regina and region, recognition from the city and authority that the airport is unsustainable if subjected to full taxation based on an ad valorem system, an understanding that the city and authority agree that the authority should pay a legislated per-passenger payment in lieu of taxes reflecting the city services provided to the property. A few important points to note. The RAA's net operating revenues over expenditures are approximately $200,000 annually and not in excess of $5 million as previously provided to council in a previous package. The airport improvement fee, acronym is AIF, are reserve funds that are restricted to capital improvements and are not available to service operating costs such as property taxes. Additional details are provided in the attached briefing previously distributed to administration and council. Some of the impacts of this increase in municipal property tax are potentially downsizing RAA's operations and staff, which may impact service offerings at YQR, increased fees to airlines, making Regina less attractive to air carriers, increased difficulty attracting new air services, including U.S. and international flights, The RA, as a nonprofit corporation operating the airport on behalf of the community, will be in a sizable budget deficit for 2017 with unknown impacts for 2018 and beyond. In closing, the city's abandonment of the collaborative taxation approach with the Regina Airport Authority is problematic, unsettling, and erodes some goodwill that has been developed between the two organizations. In support of economic development and access to the community, YQR is requesting that the exemption be continued in order to place your airport on the same playing field as YXE, that's Saskatoon, through 2018, as the airport's continued pursuit of a legislative solution with the province. Continuing fair taxation on airport will signal to the community and region that the city fully supports its airport and the key role YQR plays in regional development and growth. I just want to quickly point out we've got the attachments in the meeting package. A couple of key ones are the financial summary, which is a key thing to illustrate the revenue over expenses. There's a memorandum of understanding explaining the AIF fee and restrictions on its use.
You have about 30 seconds left in your time.
As well, there's a June 2nd, 2009 City of Regina Council package, which gives some detail on the historical agreement. And also the Saskatoon 5-year agreement is attached for your reference. We're happy to answer any questions on any of that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation of the questions of the delegation. Councillor Flegel?
Andrew. Thanks, gentlemen, for coming forward again. Sorry, a few weeks, or last week, I guess it was, or 2 weeks. I'm just wondering, it's about 290,000, roughly, is the number, the exemption?
Of the exemption or the amount of tax paid?
Sorry, the
increase?
yes.
The amount of the increase has been a bit of a moving target, and we haven't finalized, I don't think, what it's going to be. I'm not exactly certain.
Okay,
it's somewhere around $300,000.
I can't find the right number either.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So if I could, so is this correct? If I took 290,000 and divided it into 1.2 million passengers, is what you've told me, right? I think is what last year's total was. Comes to $4.13. Is that going to impact how you guys do business going forward in 2017-18? $4 per person.
The increase that would be required on a per passenger basis, on a per seat basis, would be approximately 75 cents per seat to make up the shortfall that we estimate based on the numbers here, which would be approximately a 10% increase in comparison to our competitor airport to the north, Saskatoon. That obviously, when there's new opportunities to come to Saskatchewan, obviously they'd be looking towards Saskatoon as opposed to Regina first. So again, in our desire as a community to bring back more transborder services and increase service offerings out of our city, I think that would signal the wrong message to our air carriers and the folks in the community at large that use our airport.
Thank you. Through your Mayor, when was the last time there was U.S. Airlines flying out of Regina?
July.
Direct flights.
Delta left in July of 2016.
2016. Okay, July. So a little better, coming up a year, right? Okay. And if I could, I don't have the quote in front of me, but I know Mr. Graham, you're the CEO, stated that this is going to cause hardship or something to the effect that is not going to allow U.S. airlines to be in Regina anymore. But you told me they're already gone. Was that a miscommunication on his part, or was he saying future?
I think he's speaking to the attraction of them.
Okay.
Coming
I
back.
just wanted to clarify that because it didn't.
I would just like to add to by removing the exemption, the property taxes paid by the Regina Airport Authority to our administration will be about $500,000 higher than Saskatoon to the north. And again, that's a fixed cost to our operation. We have to recover that from the people that use our airports. And again, if we're trying to attract or sell services to the airlines, they're going to look at that line item itself and say that, that's a distractor in advancing a business case.
Thanks. One more thing. Do you know what their average yearly passenger rate is?
Saskatoon?
Saskatoon.
Theirs is based on 73 cents per passenger. Ours was based on 89 cents per passenger. And my understanding was there's a slightly lower because their utility was attached to the city, and that is not the case here in Regina, and that's why we had that differential.
Yeah, sorry, I meant, like, we have 1.2 million people go through our airport. How many do they have? Do you know?
It's about 1.4.
1.4? Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to ask if you can expand further on the statement that you made that you continue to pursue a legislative solution with the province. What sort of legislative solution are you pursuing with the province, and where are you at with that?
Well, this was a matter that went back some time between Saskatoon and Regina. We're working jointly on moving towards a legislative solution that would remove the airport from the Cities Act, and we would deal directly through the province. And we had made significant progress years ago, but then we kind of run into a stumbling block with education, and they weren't willing to move forward at that time. However, we, in the interim, had devised this understanding between the two cities on the per passenger methodology, which allowed us to move forward with some stability, predictability on our taxation front. And in the interim, we had a change in government at the time, and the file did not progress as quickly as it could have or should have. And it's been our understanding, because we were in 5-year agreement ranges, like Saskatoon had renewed for a further 5 years through 2018. We were basically of the same understanding, except for we were using the exemption bylaw to do our annual renewal at the request of the city administration. So we felt we were in a good position, and we were looking forward, and we are re-engaging the city of Saskatoon to start that discussion again with the province, because what happened here in the last couple of weeks is a position that we did not want to find ourselves in, and unfortunately we're there.
So just so as I understand, to date, there's been no further discussions with the province?
Well, we've had some initial conversations, but nothing formal.
Who did you have the initial conversations with?
Our CEO has been in dialogue with many of the provincial officials, and he has raised the issue, not formally.
Can you give me an idea of who these provincial officials are?
I'm not sure who he talked to for sure. John, do you know?
I don't know if I have their name.
Thank you very much. One other question. I want to ask, following Councillor Flagel's line of questioning, given what we pay on a ticket for various fees of one kind or another, ranging from landing fees to security fees, it doesn't strike me that 75 cents per seat is going to make much difference to your competitive position with airlines or anybody else. Am I wrong on that?
I think it's a little more complicated than a simple division. Essentially, it would require about $300,000 to $400,000 more income. The Regina Airport Authority has some very good people that work for it, and if there was a $400,000 increase in revenues, we'd be going after that. So, it's a long-term thing. There's a lot of benchmarking done with airports, and there's revenue per passenger in the airport on what they spend, and I can't speak to exactly where Regina's is, but we're in the average. So to make that much of an increase would be rather exceptional. I don't know if there's more you can add.
Well, I could just add further that airlines operate on a profit margin of about 2%. So any amount that we add on to that puts us in a position or signals to the airline that we may not be as cost competitive as we can be, and they would look at placing that aircraft or that metal in another city that's more competitive price-wise. So I think there is definitely, we're definitely at risk by passing along an increase now. 75 cents doesn't sound like much, but when you do it on the actual per seat basis, it's about 11% hike.
One more thing, if I might, Your Worship. You mentioned that you stressed how much business you do bring to the city and how important you are to the city economically. I was struck when you said that because we just heard from Costco, and I'm sure that they'd say the very same thing, and I'm sure that many of the other businesses in the city would say that they are healthy for the economy as well, and yet they all pay property tax. Why shouldn't the airport pay the same kind of tax as every other business in town?
Go ahead, John.
Well, the airport authority does pay tax. The airport itself pays somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 million in tax in total. So there is a significant contribution there.
Perhaps I didn't phrase my question well. The others aren't seeking an exemption. Why are you?
Well, we're not looking for an exemption. As I mentioned earlier, the exemption bylaw was the mechanism the city administration desired to use in order to abate our tax, similar to the Saskatoon agreement, which is a tax abatement that approximates the value of services that the city provides to the city. And as when you talk about economic impact, as our traffic has grown, so too has the revenue stream to the city. In fact, over the last 14 years, we've averaged 5.14%, and the mill rate during that time period would be, and I don't know the exact number, but probably somewhere around the 2.5% to 3% range. So we have contributed and have contributed our fair share, and the city has benefited by the growth of our airport.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just, through you, Mr. Mayor, to start off with, you just said that it would increase the ticket 11%. So I'm usually pretty good at math, but 75 cents on the ticket would increase it by 11%. How do you get to that, please?
I'm talking about the per seat charge. 75 cents on our per seat charge is 11%. And you take that over the number of seats, it gives you the bigger number.
Okay. So you're here asking for a tax exemption for part of your taxes. So what do we say to residents who are telling us that they can't afford their taxes? So why should the airport get a break on this?
I think the message is that your airport is out there working hard on behalf of the community to attract air services to their community. And any dollar that we can use to promote and go out there and try to develop and attract more air services by being cost competitive, the city is signaling to the airport that they want us to be cost competitive and go out and attract airlines would be a great message to deliver to the city. I think everyone here would like to see U.S. service restored here in time, and also would like to have more choice in flying in and out of the airport at various times throughout the day.
Thank you. Is there U.S. air service through Saskatoon currently?
Yes, Delta.
Okay. Through your worship. So right now you have the exemption that you're asking for tonight, but you're still unable to get a U.S. carrier over the past year to actually come to Regina. So why would this make a big difference through your worship?
I think the message is if we had the additional $200,000 to $300,000 to go out and incent an airline and also to promote air services for our community, that would be money well spent.
Thank you for that response. So it hasn't made a difference over the past year, so how would it make a difference moving forward?
I guess I'll respond this way. Regina lost its U.S.-bound Delta flight, and Saskatoon maintained its. In all of the communication that we were privy to, there wasn't a lot of difference between the two communities, but there was enough that, I think I'm characterizing it, there was enough difference that they chose Regina versus Saskatoon. So just putting another brick on that load of increasing fees is going to make it that much more detrimental to the cause of getting another airline back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll be considering the bylaw in just a moment. But before we get to that, we do have a city manager's report related to the school division property tax bylaw. City manager's report. If I have someone to introduce this, please, and second it. This relates to our 2017 budget. Councillor O'Donnell, a seconder. Councillor Stevens, debate, discussion on the report. It's report CM 17-6. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So for those who were wondering, this is setting the mill rate, other taxing authorities' mill rate factors, and the business improvement district's mill rate as outlined in the report. So this is related to the 2017 budget revised that we passed last week, as well as the business improvement district's tax as well that goes on to business downtown. We just passed that. We just voted on it, Councillor Flagel.
Okay.
So you want to speak on this one?
Point of order on I'd like to speak on 17-53.
Well, you can't because that was delegation. When we come to the bylaws, you can.
Okay.
The bylaws are coming up now. So,
thank
you. As you know, we did pass the report, the budget on Monday, or last Tuesday, I should say. The last opportunity to make a change at the bylaw stage, which is why the delegation was just here a moment ago. So, Councillor Stevens, if I could ask you to introduce two bylaws tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, we have 2017-10, which is the school division property tax bylaw, and 2017-19, the property taxes exempt from taxation bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws number 2017-10 and 2017-19 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fendura, that bylaws number 2017-10 and 2017-19 be read a second time.
Discussion? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the Regina Airport Authority one, when this was brought forward, I think there was confusion in amongst the room here because there were some of us that weren't quite sure. We thought we were voting on separate issues, but it became all in one bowl. And part of the thing that I wanted to just state here is the fact that I don't disagree with the delegation. I don't disagree with what we did. But if we look at the grand picture of this whole thing, if we're trying to promote Regina and keep our businesses here, we need to promote our airport. And if it's going to take any slight disadvantage away from us in terms of what the airport can provide us from a business community, I mean, we were ecstatic 3 or 4 years ago when I think Jim Hunter was in charge, and we had the millionth person through the gate, and they had a big fanfare and everything, and now within about 3 years they're at 1.2 million. So they're doing the right things, and I think part of that exemption had some help. Yes, they've lost the airlines. Not sure why they left. We should probably find that out because I've even asked to have a meeting with them. But I think by us taking away this bylaw or this exemption is a step backwards for the city of Regina in terms of promoting its own and only airport to bring people into this city and to keep businesses here because they have proper airline connections and possibly and potentially. At one point, we had 3 different U.S. destinations, and for whatever reason, we lost them. And I don't think it was due to volume, so maybe there's a way that the retooling could be done back at our RAA to have this. But is there any way that we could have this re-looked at again in terms of through council, through administration, to talk about it? Because if I go around the room, I'm not sure everybody knew exactly the night we voted on this exactly what happened, because I just thought it was coming forward to be discussed at the budget meeting that we just held on Monday, and yet we voted and it was over and done with. So that's my take on it, and I know I'm not alone on that, but I wondered if there's a way that we could retract this, or redact it, I guess is the right word, pull it back and bring it forward with proper consultation on a one-on basis.
I could ask the administration, Mr. Holden, if you have a comment on that.
Through you, Your Worship. As you know, Council has directed the administration to take a look at all tax exemptions and all community investments and how they're linked together as a part of 2018. If the desire of Council is to reinstate the exemption for another year, the number is approximately $300,000. Obviously, that would have to be found either by increasing the mill rate or asking the administration to find that funding this year.
Okay. So how do I go about doing that? Can we just do it as a friendly amendment, or does it have to be?
We're in the middle of voting.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can move for tabling of the bylaw. You can let the vote stand and at third reading There is, when you require unanimous consent, that can delay that, but it won't change the decision. But you can move a motion to set this aside if you want to, and you need a seconder for that, and we vote on it.
I think I would like to remove it from tonight's discussion and table it because of the fact that I don't think we gave it due diligence, and the fact of the confusion that went on the night that this was voted on. I forget the date, 3 weeks ago, whenever it was, prior to the last Monday's council meeting. So if there's...
what is your motion?
To table the report of DE 17-53, the Airport Authority's exemption.
Well, that's the delegation's
Or, sorry,
letter.
I'm
but
sorry,
you're talking about tabling the bylaw.
I'm tabling the bylaw, yes,
Okay.
for the Airport Authority.
And the purpose of this is to...
Sorry? To have administration relook at this and revisit it and bring it back to council with possible, and maybe discuss it with the Regina Airport Authority as well.
This is only tabling the airport authority portion of that bylaw.
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Stevens seconds it. Okay. Are there speakers on the amendment? I'm sorry, it's a referral motion, so there is none. Sorry about that. I apologize for that. There is none.
Your Worship.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question. We're all clear on the referral motion?
Your Worship.
Mr. Holden?
If I could just, Your Worship, if I could just interject, if I could get either Diana Horlock or Mr. Barr just to talk about the implications of this. There is some urgency in terms of establishing the mill rate factor so we can proceed with tax notices, and this throws a bit of a curve into that.
Okay, that's an important point. Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, that's right. If we don't get the tax, the bylaw established that sets those, then there will be a delay in putting out the tax bills, which will have other financial implications with respect to cash flows for the city. So I could ask Mr. Barr to add to the other implications that may come out about this
Mr. Barr?
being tabled.
Through your worship, that's correct. The entire bylaw, we do need the exemption bylaws passed because the tax bills would have to go out with either the exemption on or without it. However, you could look at the airport one if it's removed from the exemption bylaw and the remainder of the exemption bylaw is passed. That would still provide ability to send out the tax notices with that change in it.
I think that's what we wanted to do, that we're simply tabling the airport authority portion of the bylaw, not the entire bylaw itself. That's clear by the motion. The referral motion is still in order, though. Do the administration have any other comments on this? Ms. Horlock?
Through your worship, yeah, we would, even with the tabling, then there'd still be the need to find that money either.
Understood.
Yeah, and so that would be an effect that we would have to discuss on how we would need to find that. It would probably be because the tax factors mill rate would be set, so we would be finding it probably administratively.
Yes, I understand. I think we understand the implications of this. So there is no debating this motion. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is defeated. So I will call the question on second reading. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Stevens, third reading.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, the Council hereby consents bylaws number 2017-10 and 2017-19 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray. Do we need another name? Or are we going next?
Either way you want.
Councillor Findura, that bylaws number 2017-10 and 2017-19 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll move on to our next series of reports, the City Manager's Report 17-7, Citywide Stormwater Model Update. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I'll move CM 17-7, if I can have a seconder.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Flagel?
This is a report. I'll just read the recommendations that City Council delegate the authority to the Executive Director of Transportation and Utilities or designate to negotiate, award, and enter into a contract with the highest ranked proponent from the public procurement process, and that City Council authorize the City Clerk to execute a contract with the highest ranked proponent upon approval of the Executive Director of Transport and Utilities. This is for citywide storm water model update. And the reason this is before us today is we're looking at awarding a proposal, and the consultant fees are over $500,000, and that's why it's here at Council today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I wonder if the administration has any other comments on this. Is a significant report, quite important for the city. Ms. Gage, would you have any other comments on this or background you'd like to give us?
Through your worship, Councillor Bryce captured many of the main points. This is to both issue an RFP and then award an RFP for the citywide stormwater model. Currently, the city's model is made up of numerous individual models, and in doing so, there's a lack of consistency and standards and methods used between the different models. And what this would do is provide some consistency across one standard model. It would also involve training city staff to update the model on a more regular basis so that we keep our model current. The model is then used to help with a number of studies for new development to predict and look at potential flooding or consequences of heavy rains, then how they would be managed through the city's infrastructure.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Protective Services, a fire protection service agreement with the arm of Edenwald. Councilor Flagel.
CR 17-42, I rise in support of this. And basically,
seconder for you, please, just before you get into it. Seconder. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. This basically is just concurring with the recommendations that the City of Regina and the RM of Edenwald should share and utilize services when needed. They have their own protection agency, but when the City of Regina is called out, after the city's looked after, they pay a fee to us, and there's never been a contract, so this will be the contract put in place so that they are provided some type of level of service, and there's a cost number involved in this, and it's around $1,200 an hour. So that's including the trucks and the staffing and everything like that. So the RM of Edenwald had a representative, Councillor Wayne Joyce was here, and spoke briefly on it and was very in favor of this because they need that little extra protection. Their fire department, the volunteers are great, but sometimes they need the extra pumpers and all the other stuff that goes along with it. So we recommend concurrence.
Thank you for that. Other discussions on the report? I have one of the administration. This is a secondary fire service agreement that would back up, essentially working closely with White City and others would be the primary source of protection, but this is a secondary one in the backup in the case is needed. Mr. Onwright, do you want to comment on that?
Through the chair, that is correct. Their primary services are provided by 3 other communities in the area. This agreement will be similar to the one we have currently have with Saskfurco, where Moose Jaw would be the primary and the City of Regina would be the secondary provider.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. Other questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have 2 reports from Executive Committee. The first one is Riel's annual report. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first item here, CR 17-43, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Annual Report. I'm seeking concurrence.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell.
Riel has submitted a number of items here for our approval. The first is the appointment of the Board of Directors, Jamie Lavallee, Kathleen McCrum, Tiffany Stevenson, Ken Batzik, and Gordon Sellinger. They have also offered audited financial statements and the appointment of auditors selected by the City of Regina through the request for proposal process, and finally approve the revised bylaws, which changed the name Corporate Secretary to Governance Officer.
Okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Are there any questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next report is the Warehouse District's report. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have CR 17-44, Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District 2017 budget.
Second for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell.
Great, thank you. Like the Downtown Business Improvement District, the Warehouse District bid does incredible work for the Warehouse District, an important historic area of our city. It's worth noting that this is very much a board that is driven by both the local businesses as well as residents in the Warehouse District. And they have before us the 2017 budget.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Planning Commission report, discretionary use application for a planned group of dwellings at 5401 Beacon Drive. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I'll bring this forward if I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. So what it is a group of 66 townhouses in the middle of nowhere, 105 parking spots. And, you know, this doesn't happen real often. There was no discussion at planning. Unanimous decision to have this go ahead, meet all the criteria. Seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Are there any discussion points or issues to be raised on this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we move into motions. And we have two motions before us. The first one relates to class trip program. First delegation is Adam Hicks. Is Adam Hicks here? Good evening, Mr. Hicks. If you could step to the podium, identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Hi, thanks, Your Worship. My name is Adam Hicks, and I'm the elected school board trustee for Subdivision 3. I represent Harbor Landing, Lakeview, Albert Park, and Cathedral area. In those areas, they total 8 schools that I represent. Now, before I provide some facts and details of support for this motion from Andrew, Mr. Stevens, I would like to tell a story. So on Friday, March 10th at 1 p.m., there was a hosting of screenagers at Sheldon Williams School. This video and panel presentation was helping students and parents understand the risks and challenges of growing up in the digital age. While it accomplished this task of raising awareness, it really helped spark some interest to those schools, or to those children. And I want you to picture this. The auditorium at Sheldon Williams was ready to host 700 children on that one day. And 5 minutes before starting, there was a couple rows noticeably with children missing. After asking around, we discovered it was all the children from Davin. Now, there were not enough school buses on duty that day to pick those children up. And with the cost of the city bus to carry that many students, it would have been hundreds of dollars to take them through this filming. Even though the distance is only about 1.5 kilometers to walk, that day was abnormally cold and windy in March, which made for a non-ideal walk for children as young as 9 years old. On this day, public transportation was not financially feasible. Bringing 700 students, though, to Sheldon Williams did involve that day 12 buses for a total cost of $720 just for that one day. I want to stress that again, $720. Well, this is extremely educational, and this sparked a lot of interest and great discussions with our students and parents. That $720 was taken out of those classrooms. And with this motion in front of you today, that money would have been saved if free transportation was provided by the city system. The city buses that day for the couple hours in the afternoon would have been full and lively with the energy from those students, and the students would have been taught another valuable lesson. The value of how public transportation offers a wonderful service to our citizens. I'd like to now explain the cost with Regina Public Schools. So last year with elementary schools, there was just over 2,000 trips taken, which totaled $135,000. These trips were for sporting events, for band, learning events, physical education, outdoor education, etc. And these costs were charged back to parents on a per-trip basis or were paid out of the school's local budgets. Now, for high schools, there was 960 trips taken for a total of $58,000. This totals just over 3,000 trips last year in our schools alone for just under $200,000 in the city of Regina. Now, think about that for a minute, what that would buy. I broke it down, and that's about 13,000 books for our students, or that'd be 5 teaching assistants, or if you talk about teachers, that's 3 additional teachers in the classrooms. As this motion is not adding routes to the city, I do not see any additional cost to the city outside the very immaterial cost of extra fuel for the additional weight of carrying passengers. And be it, these are tiny little passengers, so it's not that much weight. This motion will save close to $200,000 per year to the local schools, and each and every one of them are represented in every single one of your 10 wards here. In addition to the numbers presented, a complaint as a Regina citizen I've heard a number of times is how the City of Regina runs a beautiful public service, but the utilization during the daytime is relatively low. This motion would support the current city transportation system and not congest the current morning and after work peak times. Schools would typically be using this service between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., which is outside that typical work times for many of your transit users. And lastly, I'd like to highlight that this motion was provided to a number of school community councils.
Mr. Hicks,
and
you
then,
have 1 minute left in your
and the entire
presentation.
school board to comment on. There was only positive comments provided with full support from this motion from a number of my SCCs, as well as at the trustee level. Now, a quick summary. Cost savings for the schools with very little or minimal cost to the City of Regina. The school community and trustee feedback is supportive of this motion with no negative comments received during an initial outreach campaign in my subdivision. And 3, the students will learn the value of public transportation, and after graduation will potentially become a strong base and increase to your ridership. This could have a long-lasting and positive impact for generations to come as we help shape our children's usage of public transit. I fully support this motion, and I hope all city councilors will do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Do you not think it would be more advantageous for both the school boards and the city if you actually came into a partnership instead of saying this money would go to the schools? Instead say, you know what, we've got $200,000 worth of transportation that we're doing. Maybe we should talk to the city and see how we can partner with them to make that happen so that it's a partnership rather than us donating something. Through you, Your Worship.
Through your worship, that's a great question. What happens is we have 50, with the new school, we have over 50 schools, and each one of those schools delegates out what trips they go on and what classes. So not only out of every school, there's roughly 30 teachers, 30 classrooms in lots of those schools as well. So you're talking about 1,500 classrooms that potentially each decide on their own class trips, and it's up to them to decide if the SCC can afford it, if the school budget can afford it, or if the parents will be paying that fee. So the cost themselves, that $200,000 is on a macro level for the City of Regina as a whole, and that's not specifically what our division pays for the usage of those buses.
Thank you. Have you heard what the city transit's doing with the university, that type of partnership, and is that something that you'd be interested in getting into conversations with?
That's a separate conversation that our Director of Education has identified that when we meet, our school board meets with yourselves as city councilors, that is one of the topics that will be on our agenda during that. We see this as a separate topic.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what is the school budget annually? You've given us a number of $200,000 last year. What is the transportation budget that school boards have annually?
Great question. I've done a number of videos on this too, so I've done lots of research around it. It was just over $9 million, which is the highest out of the 28 school boards in the province. Out of that, we've recently cut $1.7 million, and that cut was extending the routes to every one of our schools. So we used to, the pathways, what they used to do is they used to monitor based on the roadway. So if you Google mapped your house to the school, it was based on that distance. What the funding from the province is, though, however, is based on as the crow flies. So what it is you draw a straight arrow on a map regardless of where the houses are or the roads are, and that is now how it's funded, and which actually saw 1,100 students that currently get busing now do not receive busing starting next year, which saved us a potentially a large sum of money. So it is in the millions of dollars right now.
What do you say to people, residents who have contacted me, who say, this is another example of possible download from the school boards to the city?
Great question again, through your worship.
I'm full of them.
That's,
Sorry.
What I would say too is we really talked about this is no burden to the transit system that we could identify, and maybe I need to be enlightened, but we saw this as usership, and I took the bus for quite a while too. During the day, during those hours between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., there's a capacity in your transit system. We're not asking for any new bus routes. This is no addition to any routes. This is just the current system running as it is, just utilizing it a little bit more with a little extra weight. So I mentioned the additional cost would be the extra gas you're doing or you're adding to the system based on that extra weight on the buses. But outside of that, there is no additional cost to the city that we could see. And so I don't see it as a downloading. I see it as us utilizing a service that you currently offer to our citizens.
Thank you for that. What do you say to the adult or senior who says, you're discriminating against me because during the hours of 9 to 3, you're letting school kids go for free, and I should be able to go for free as well?
Through your worship, I'd have to say I can't answer that one. I speak on behalf of the students and the children in our schools, and I represent my area as a school board trustee, so I'm here to represent my parents and my students the best that I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, Adam. Has your school board passed any sort of resolution endorsing this? Have you put a motion? Has a resolution been passed by your school board?
Through your worship, unfortunately not yet. We have a meeting Tuesday that this will be a topic on our agenda.
So you can't come here tonight and say your school board
has
endorsed this?
No, and I've never once said so thank you for clarifying that too. I don't say that our school board endorses this. I'm an individual trustee speaking on behalf of my subdivision 3, which I represent your ward, Ward 2 and Ward 3 for Andrew Stevens. But this was passed through email to the other trustees for comments and received 3 comments from 3 different trustees of support.
And there's a liaison committee between our council and your school board. Has this matter been raised by you or anybody else at that liaison committee?
Since I've been elected October 26, we have not had a meeting. I've been assured, though, that at our meeting we have 3 topics. One of those are transportation, and I believe the meeting is set in 3 weeks. Has it been rough? I don't have the exact date, sorry, Mr. Hawkins.
But no conversation at that level so far?
We haven't met since, no. So because this is on the table right now, this is why that I'm responding to this today.
Have you approached, or has anybody approached our city administration and specifically our transportation administration with this idea?
Specifically, I don't believe I could answer that. I personally have not. So.
And you have no knowledge that anybody else has?
Actually, yes. Through the committee, oh, geez, I might need a little help, sorry. Economic, our director of education sits on it, and I believe some of those conversations have maybe initially started, but I don't think anything was formalized yet.
All right. And what about, you've described your financial difficulty, and believe me, this council is a body that understands financial difficulty these days. Have you gone to the province to talk to them about this in any way? Have you asked them for additional funds? Have you asked them whether the $10 million in the city they're going to collect in extra school taxes can be used to help you out with this? Have you talked to the province?
Through your worship, we actually are meeting with the minister tomorrow as a board, and this is one of the topics that I will be bringing to the minister, Don Morgan.
But nothing from the province so far?
No, we actually through your worship, we're facing a $9.5 million shortfall. It is one of the largest in all of the school divisions. That's $9.5 million that we're facing, and I believe I'm not comparing notes here or anything like that, but it is, when we look at our budget and how we do not have the ability to raise revenue, we don't have the ability to levy taxes, that $9.5 million turns out to be cuts, and those cuts are hard. We've already released $3 million of those cuts. It was through transportation, it's through full-day childcare, and as well as the third one, which was a really tough one, it was through the cut of the deaf and hard of hearing program, as well as our autism programs as well. So there is still another $6 million that we're trying to find, and this is tough. This is something I will be bringing up to the provincial government.
Hard cuts, we understand. I want to ask you about your idea that the cost to the city of this proposal that you're supporting would be minimal. Can you explain to me how the cost would be minimal?
You bet. Through your worship. The idea is, so I have an example. With the story I told, there's transit route number 8. Transit route number 8 goes right in front of Davin School as it currently exists. I looked at the timings. It would go right in time for when they were going to take the school bus. But instead what they could have done is hopped right outside the school onto transit route number 8. It would have taken a direct route right to Sheldon Williams and dropped them off about 100 meters from the front door. So that route currently exists, runs every 30 minutes to every hour, depending on the time of the day. And all that we're asking for is to be able to utilize that, jump on those same buses that currently exist, no changes of any transportation routes, and to be able to let our children ride on those current
What would
routes.
happen if there weren't enough seats on the bus, that maybe only 10 kids could get on the bus?
That's something, through your worship, that's something I hope our administration could work with your administration to figure out some of those logistic details.
So would you agree with there is going to be gas costs, and there's going to be logistics costs, and scheduling costs, and costs for bus drivers, and unknown costs? There's all kinds of costs here, aren't there?
So through your worship, I actually disagree with the all times. I would say initial costs, yes. There's initial costs on both sides of the administration, but after that initial cost, if this actually goes through, that's $200,000 saved every single year till indefinitely. And so what that means is that initial amount of investment by our two administrations to figure out those minor logistics, I feel like is a substantial savings for our citizens and for the citizens that each of you represent in your areas.
I'll leave it to the administration to explain to us how minor those things are. I want to ask you about the limits of this proposal. So are you proposing this for your school division?
So I would, with your honor, with your worship, I would say I didn't propose this. I am just a school board trustee that is supporting this motion as a school board trustee.
I see. And would you agree with me that, put yourself in my position, if we did it for your school division, we'd probably have to do it for all school divisions?
Yeah, so through your worship, I believe this is for the whole city. So I'm representing two of your
I know
wards.
you're representing. I'm just wondering how big this is.
This motion, I believe, would be for, and maybe Mr. Stevens would have to clarify, I believe this is for the entire city, and I'm speaking just on behalf of my area. But I would support this for the entire city, not just for subdivision.
Just so I understand what you mean when you say entire city. You mean the public system and the Catholic system and the private schools? And what about clubs that go out on field trips with their student members? Those people too?
So
what about scouts, guides, cadets?
Yeah, great question again, and through your worship, I believe this doesn't discriminate between, we actually have 3 school divisions, so it's not just the Catholic system or the public system. We actually have a third one that's not as well known, which is the Francophone system, which is the Laval School right near Massey. So I don't believe this motion actually specifies any specific school division, so this would be for all school divisions as well as daycare centers. And I am just one trustee out of many that are in this area that represent our schools. And as that one trustee that is elected, I'm bringing the voice of my citizens to this floor so you guys can hear what our citizens are saying.
This is my final question, Your Worship. I represent your citizens as well on this council. Is it your understanding that you would want our common residents, you're saying that the money they spend for municipal taxation to provide municipal services, which are sorely lacking, that they would now want that money used to transport school children who are provided for out of school taxes? Is that the idea here?
Yes, I believe so, but I would say that it's a very immaterial cost. And again, I might have to be enlightened by the administration. But besides the initial logistics and working that out, the actual cost of transporting would be very minimal with children that weigh 50 pounds to 90 pounds. And that's the only additional cost that through my analysis, that I could see. And I could be corrected. I might be completely wrong on that one, but I believe it's very immaterial cost.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Hicks, good to see you. I haven't seen you here since election night, so thanks for coming out. What my one concern, I think overall this is a great motion with a lot of great intent of what we can do as a city. My concern lies in the precedent that the provincial government has set with their track records and a lot of programs like this. I think, being on the school board, you can understand The paratransit program is something that we partnered with the provincial government to try and make. Now, they've never kept up with their bargains or with their contributions. So what I'm concerned about is that if we did this $200,000 that comes out of your budget so that you can use it toward other supplies, what the provincial government might do is they might see this and say, hey, there's an area we can do some savings, take $200,000 from their budget. That's my concern, and it's just because we've seen the behavior of the way that they've conducted business. Do you think that's a risk?
So, through your worship again, great question, Mr. Murray. I would say actually I had my administration try to break down what portion was through our, so there's three ways that this $200,000 is made up again. First one is from our school budgets from each local school. The second way is through the SCC communities, which is the school, it's the parents that do that fundraising and they support some of those costs for busing. And the third way was through the parents that are directly charged a fee for the school trips and the class trips. So I don't have an exact breakout of that $200,000, but I was told that a smaller portion of that is actually from our school budgets. A good chunk of that is actually coming from the SCCs, which is through fundraising, as well as the parents that are funding it through fees. So actually the majority of that $200,000 is from those two other sources that the province would never get their hands on or be able to see through our financial statements.
So even though they're going to be essentially running a lot of things out of the ministry, they still would not be able to touch that? Is that my understanding here?
Currently, right now, money that is fundraised through your worship, currently money that is raised through SCCs is kept at each local school community to spend on services that they deem necessary. So each school community council votes on where they want their fundraising money to go, and that is all controlled by those schools themselves, and that's not controlled by our school division at all.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should clarify. Those bank accounts are controlled, we help them through those bank accounts, but all the money is controlled through the motions of those SCCs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. The numbers here, you're saying 200,000, and that's just for, is that just for the two schools you're talking, or the Davin?
No, sorry, Mr. Flagel. That $200,000 is for just Regina public schools. So that's the over 50 schools that Regina Public, as in Regina, I don't have the numbers for Regina Catholic or for the Laval School, the Francophone system. So those numbers could be similar. I don't have those other ones.
So what, if I could, what does the $200,000 cover?
All that covers is a bus driver and a bus.
Okay.
That's all that money is made out of.
One. That's one bus driver for the year?
Oh, no, sorry.
This is what I'm trying to clear, because
Let him answer. He'll answer the question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So, Your Worship, through Your Worship, it's roughly $60 per field trip that we call a bus. That's an average. So some can be more, some can be less. So if you divide that $200,000 by 60, it works out to roughly, the 3,000 school trips in a year. There was 3,024 school trips. Times that by the 60, it works out to close to that $200,000 mark.
Okay, so if I could, what was the $9 million?
That's something, that's completely separate out of this motion. That night, Mr. Hawkins was asking questions around the transportation as a whole, so that's us busing the students to school in the morning and back home in the afternoon. That has nothing to do with this motion. That was more just a clarifying
Okay.
number.
I guess, okay, what I would like to ask you then is if the $9 million, let's just use that as an example. If you're asking us to do certain things with specifics, let's just go with this. If you took the $9 million and gave it to the city and asked all the parents to put their kids on a public transit system bus to go to their school, do you think they would be in favor of that?
Mr. Flagel, I can't answer on behalf of the citizens, and I don't have an answer for that. And that's a whole separate conversation outside of this. And maybe that's something that we can talk about with yourselves as counselors and ourselves as school board.
I get what you're saying about that the buses would be convenient and everything, but I'm going to downsize this even more and say we have a bunch of pencils that we don't use during the day. Does that mean we should give them to the school board to use? That's sort of really what you're saying, is that we have a service or we have pencils on our desk that we're not using right now. When we're not using them, should we give them to the school board to use?
So, Mr. Flagel, that's an interesting comparison, and I would say logistically, that would be a logistic nightmare to try to pick up pencils, but if that's the offer on the table, that might be a whole separate thing. But
Exactly.
to be honest, though, this is about a service that is running in our community consistently every single day that is underutilized during those school hours. And I see this as a great partnership between the citizens of your areas with our schools, and between this public school board, the Catholic school board, the Francophone school board, and the city of Regina to utilize the services that currently are running by our schools every single day.
Okay.
And I would like to clarify too, Mr. Flegel, that maybe through some of these clarifyings between our two administrations, I still see us probably still using some of these buses, because maybe there are city services through your transportation program that don't go to certain areas of the city as it stands right now. So we still might use some of the school buses, but at least there would be that option to utilize the public transit system.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Flegel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Adam, for coming forward with this idea. The questions that I'm going to ask are about how this might work. Have you talked with any of the central office administrators within the public board about what they would have to do to be able to monitor this or know what's happening? Because they usually want to know when children are traveling. And so have you talked with them about what they might have to do to be able to manage this?
Through your worship, you bet. And so I first want to clarify, it's actually not my motion or my idea. I am just walking behind Mr. Stevens' idea, and I'm supporting it.
Right.
Nothing would change logistically within the schools, though. So permission slips, as they exist right now, there would still be that administration task put onto our schools. The numbers that I received actually came through our deputy director last week, Mike Walter, as well as our transportation manager and some of his, or at least one of his analysts, I guess. And they did have some initial conversations. I otherwise would not have been able to gather some of these numbers, but they have had those initial conversations about what some of those logistics would look like.
Okay.
Do
you have any idea of what we would have to do from our end so we would know how many would be happening on any one day?
That is, through your worship.
That's a question to be answered?
That is a logistical question. There's lots of ideas that two citizens have thrown out. One would be just you would identify what school you're from, or you'd have some type of exemption that would be, like, I guess those ideas are limitless, and that would be up to the administrations to figure out.
And I just want to know if you're aware that last time I saw a number, there are at least 20,000 plus students in this city who go to schools, and then this motion talks about daycares and nurseries as well. So this is a pretty large number. Had you given some thought to that?
Yeah, so through your worship, that's a great question. Actually, the student number is even substantially more than that.
Yeah.
Just within Regina Public, we have 23,000 students. I left my book of numbers in my seat, but I believe Regina Catholic has around that, don't quote me on this, but around that 11 to 13,000.
So we're into the 30, and then if we include daycares and nurseries, we could be 40?
Yeah, but I'd like to back that up with, we had only 3,000 trips taken last year. So if you break it down to that's almost, out of 3,000 trips, that's, 8 a day on average. I guess if you take out the summer breaks, that's maybe 10 on average per day throughout the entire city. So that'd be 10 classrooms hitting your bus system roughly and these are just me doing some extremely rough numbers. But.
Okay, and you may have answered this for the last counselor, but I'm thinking of Sheldon Williams and room for 700 students. I don't think that many buses go by Sheldon Williams, so I'm wondering how you could get all of the students there with one bus line. But you talked about other things like school buses as well as city buses?
Yeah, Mrs. Young, through your worship, actually the surrounding schools that came there, those 700 students, they were from Davin School, Connaught School, which is up right now on 4th Avenue there, that was a long bus ride. It includes Ethel Milliken, which is closer to the south end. It included Dr. A.E. Perry. It included Lakeview School, and I'm missing one. Oh, Argyle as well. And each one there's only 2 that would actually be on the same bus route. Every other one of them would have hit different buses at different times. So,
Different buses at different times, but not all those buses go by Sheldon Williams School.
and that's,
correct?
as I mentioned to Mr. Flagel, sometimes they still might utilize the school buses for that $60 per trip.
Okay.
So this is just an addition to save some of those $200,000, not to completely eliminate that $200,000. But it'd be up for those teachers and those principals to determine what routes are available and figure out if it fits within those timelines. And that meeting at Sheldon Williams with 700 students was an anomaly. That was supported by the school community councils, and that was a once-in-a-year event that brought all of those children together. Typically, most school trips are to the museum with 15, 20 kids, or to skating or swimming or wherever they're going. So most of the trips are significantly smaller than 700 students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli.
Through your worship. So we just went through a budget ourselves. One of the things cut was an education program for recycling. Looking at the use of our public transit system, it's somewhat lacking. I think this could probably be considered as education for our public transit. Do you think there'd be any way to have a head count of how often it would be used and report back if you were to use these services?
Through your worship, another great question. I know our administration loves numbers too, so that would be a logistical piece, but I personally, I'm an accountant by trade, so I would appreciate having numbers to see 2 years from now, out of that $200,000, how much of that was reduced utilizing a current system that already exists. So I would love to figure out a way that we could track school trips, and maybe that's on our side, where the teachers would have to apply and submit I don't know. I guess I shouldn't assume, I shouldn't make suggestions, but I would say that's up to our 2 administrations to figure out those logistics of how to track.
Yeah, I guess for me, this is a matter of synergy. We have empty buses, and you have students that once in a while might need a bit of a lift, so I'm interested. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to quickly comment on that too, through your worship. Every SCC that I talked through, and the chairs of those SCCs said the same thing. They look for opportunity. They aren't just there to fundraise. They strategically help us with our education plans within every single one of those schools. And all the parents or the SCC chairs that I talked to, they directly said that this is right. You hit the point, the nail on the head. And that they said it's an educational opportunity, a live, living opportunity that they can learn about the transit system, how safe it is, how reliable it is, how quick and easy it is to use. And those children will grow up wanting to use that system as they get and become older citizens. Thanks for making that point.
Other questions of the delegation? Just a question for, I guess, I'm looking at your submission to council. And your submission has no numbers in there at all. They have X's and dollar signs. That's what we received for our delegation package. So I'm not sure where this is going to go. We're going to find out in a moment. But it would be helpful if you actually submitted your submission, if you will, with the finished numbers that are in here. Is that possible to do that?
So, Your Worship, I actually did submit this morning. I was told it was going to be updated.
We had ours over the weekend, and that's what we actually read over the weekend. And there was no material in it, just so you know.
Oh, so I heard there is Councillor Bryce. You said there's an updated one?
Okay. Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, I recognized it was Easter break for most of our school, or not, for all of our schools. And typically what happens is our administration takes a break during Easter break. And unfortunately, it was hard to gather some of those numbers. And I appreciated the staff that did gather those numbers. So it was sent early this morning.
Thank you. That's good. No other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at motion 7. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I'll read the motion out, and then I'll have a few points here to make. Whereas the City of Saskatoon launched a class trip program in 2016 that offers free transit services to teachers, students, and chaperones traveling on class trips. Whereas the City of Regina's draft transportation master plan focuses on increasing public transit ridership. Whereas a class trip program has the potential to educate the public about the value of Regina's public transit system, therefore be it resolved that administration prepares a report for council on the development of a class trip program that would waive the fee for services to daycare, primary, and secondary school teachers, students, and chaperones traveling on class trips. I'll need a seconder.
Second for that, please. Councillor Massanelli.
Great, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Hicks for speaking as a school trustee, for taking some of the heat. I guess you're guilty by association. Thank you very much. The idea for this motion was brought forward by educators in our community. And the motion here was crafted after I consulted with the city administration and the city administration in Saskatoon. There's really nothing new here. And I would encourage folks around the council table to actually look at what Saskatoon has done. Many of the questions have already been answered in terms of how this program has already been constructed. And I should mention that it was a pilot program launched in 2016, but really only got off the ground in Saskatoon until 2017 in January. They're hoping to wrap up the pilot component of the program in June after the school year wraps up, at which time we'll have a bit more data and information. I would argue that some of these fears around downloading and the costs are actually unfounded in terms of what we've already witnessed in Saskatoon. Certainly the logistics here will be sorted out by administration. So to clarify, approval of this motion isn't to approve the pilot program. It's to give direction to administration to come back with us with the answers that councillors have requested here this evening. And if I could, the program was designed after the city engaged in consultation with local school boards. So remember, this is 2016. This is before the dread of the 2017 budget. And both the city and the school boards, where there is, I think, a very progressive notion about public transportation, recognized that there was value in allowing students and educators to use the service during the off-peak periods in the day between 9 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So again, there was consultation, and that's what I'm asking of administration today. And the entire system was crafted based on that dialogue. According to Saskatoon's administration, no revenue is being forfeited since the program was just starting. However, the benefit was that the initiative could attract new transit users in the future. So otherwise empty buses were going along their regular routes, and school, daycares, and others could request access to those existing routes as part of this pilot program. According to Saskatoon's administration, the program has been used about 41 times. I will add this, and I made sure to reference this. This isn't downloading, right? We're not taking over a route or a system currently funded or managed by the provincial government. Again, this was designed well before the provincial budget that has caused such havoc on our own municipal finances. And the first step is just getting some information about what this pilot program would look like from administration. So again, I want to just put to rest some of these concerns that it's going to bankrupt, it's a downloading service. No. We're going to get the information, we're going to figure out what this means, and we're going to see the proposed benefits as it aligns with the Transportation Master Plan. So I encourage Council to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There are speakers. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I will start with the word value since we've heard it. So I'd just like to ask the administration through you, Mr. Mayor. So 10 trips a day for a classroom. And I'm going to leave it at 10 because some trips won't be able to be done by this. And there's also another school board and, well, private schools and daycares and that. So let's just say 10 trips a day. What would the cost of that be? Through you, Mr. Mayor. Ballpark, of course.
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the cost to run 10 separate trips, if I understand the question?
Right, so you 10 times 30 kids, 300 trips.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think until the work is done to really understand what the request is through the motion, that's a very difficult question for us to answer at this moment. We have not done any of the work that is listed in the motion. We have not had the conversations with other communities that have this service running to really understand how it operates and if there are indirect costs associated with providing the service. So I would ask if the motion is passed that administration take the work away and bring a report back to Community and Protective Services to really outline potential costs that are associated with the service, whether they be direct or indirect.
Thank you for that. So this isn't the provincial government directly downloading it to us. It's us eventually, possibly, saying that we're actually going to take this on. which in a way takes that away from the provincial government, which ultimately is downloading. So I think this is a really slippery slope to be on, because how do you justify just from 9 till 3 is when you want to use the bus? What about somebody who's not school-aged or homeschooled or whatever? Are they able to use the bus for free? What about somebody going grocery shopping? Should they be discriminated against because they're not school-aged? I don't think so. So I just think it's a really slippery slope to be on to get this, us doing this. It's going to save that one school board $200,000 a year that they can use for different things. That's what we just heard. A partnership, in my mind, would be much more palatable. I think it's something we could look at that way, but I can't see us taking this on.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you have to start with this point to understand this. We're a municipal council elected by our residents to look after the core municipal work of the city and to direct the resources paid through municipal taxes to that core municipal work. The same residents also elect school boards to look after the core work of schooling, which includes the transportation of school system, and further, the same electors elect provincial MLAs to look after core provincial business. I think given the times we're in, the straits we're under, the challenges of financing municipal government that we have, that we as a council have to stay focused on our core municipal work. I say that because it seems to me that the real problem here is we have only the vaguest idea of what is being talked about. We don't have any idea of what the parameters of this program involve or what the operational features of this program would involve. One thing I am sure of, but I'd ask the administration to confirm this, the program as described here tonight doesn't seem to me that it would involve minimal or no cost to the city. I would have thought that under any program there's going to be substantial costs, and I'm wondering if someone from the administration could comment on that.
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Order, please. There's no comments from the guard, please. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, I would ask that administration be able to bring a report back that would outline those costs, both direct and indirect. At this time, we would not want to estimate because we don't know what those look like at this moment.
I might ask my question more clearly. I'm not asking for an estimate of the program, but can you imagine a program that's of any nature, like the one that's being proposed, costing the city nothing or minimal cost?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am sure there will be some cost. I'm not exactly sure what those look like.
This brings me to my real point. It seems to me we have the procedure here exactly backwards. What I believe should happen, and there may be some nugget of value here, there may be some program of value here, what I think should have happened, first of all, was that the school boards, not an individual school trustee or an individual community school association, but the school board itself should have passed some kind of resolution asking the city and the school board to get together and look at this. I believe that before this ever arrived at this council, the two sets of administration should have talked and figured out a program. I believe that the pilot program in Saskatoon, which is barely months old, should have been allowed to run to see what it would produce. I believe that all of that process, the kind of process, by the way, that went on with the UPass, should have happened before it ever gets to this council. I am very concerned about downloading. I agree with Councillor Bryce that this is a slippery slope. I can well imagine if the province sees the city absorbing some of the responsibility of the school boards, they will be more than content to squeeze the school boards, knowing that they could come to the city for more money, more support. That is a place where we can't go. So for these reasons, I'm not going to support this. One, the process is exactly backward. Two, this does look like downloading to me. And three, I would need to see a solid proposal and request from the school boards, one that's been worked out through our administrations and through our liaison, council, school board liaison boards. I need to see all that work done first. I won't support this for that reason. If one day all of that work is done and it comes to us, I'm prepared to give this a fresh look, but I don't believe this is the time to support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Holden, you had a comment you want to make.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Just further to Mr. Hicks' comments, and I think some of the questions being asked by Council, I do want to let you know that I have been in communication with both the Director of the Public and the Catholic School Boards. We've talked about a number of issues, and we're just in the process of working with the Clerk's Office to schedule a joint school board liaison committee meeting. And transportation and the impact of the reductions to the provincial budget to the school boards in terms of their adjustments to the distances in which schools bus service is provided to students is on the agenda. So that meeting is being scheduled for about the third week of May. So there will be an opportunity for council, the two boards, and the respective administrations to have a conversation in the very near future.
Thank you, Mr. Holden, for that. Councillor Young.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a good idea. I think it's worth exploring. I think it's innovative. I think it's a new way of working together between boards and the city, and I think it should be explored. However, I think the timing is really poor. I think that Mr. Holden explained that there's a school board city council liaison committee meeting coming up in the month of May, and I think that is the place where we should do some initial talking before we would bring something forward that council would support. And I know that this motion is asking that the administration prepare a report, and I think that might be what happens and what comes from that council, from that liaison committee meeting. I don't think it's appropriate for us to do it now, so I'm having trouble with the timing on this. I think that the governance of the school boards and the governance of the city should sit down together and talk about the ins and outs of this and what this means and whether we want to explore it and how we might do that. So I'm not sure whether I'd want to make a referral motion or whether I'd want to table this motion. I'm not sure where I want to go with this, Mr. Mayor. But I'm not happy with doing this now before we have that conversation.
Well, Councillor Young, if you are giving notice of a referral motion, I will let you do that later, but I want to hear what other people have to say before you do that. If that's your
I would
intent.
like to hear, too.
If that's your intent, then, okay. We have some other speakers, though. Next one is Councillor Massanelli.
I really like this motion. It's our asset to alleviate pressure on another pillar of our society, being the education system. People are paying taxes or school taxes, or they're always paying something. To watch a bus go by empty when it could have been used to alleviate some of the pressure on the school system, I think that's common sense.
On a point of order, please refrain from doing that in the audience, please. Thank you. Councillor Massanelli.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that's just I think that's common sense. Innovation sometimes has to come through common sense instead of 15 levels of professional paid insight. So to me, to have an empty bus and put it to use, we should be doing that and trying to take some pressure off. Even if it's the provincial government's responsibility, sometimes you just got to take one on the chin and do what's right by people.
Thank you for your comments. Now it's Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I can't support this the way it's sitting here right now. A few things that have been brought up that I don't like is the fact that, Councillor Bryce and a few others talked about, what about the other people that want to get on the bus between 9 and 3 on any given route? But also you have single parents, single moms that are taking their toddler on and they got to pay $3.50 or whatever it is per service, and they have children sitting on there for free. That's a moot point, and that's a point, not a moot point, that's a point of this city and the way it's sitting right now today after the budget deliberations we just went with. But my ask would be, and I had this more of a point of order in this question, if this went forward and Nobody wanted to change anything, nobody wanted to do a referral, and we voted on it, and it got defeated. When could it come back again? If it was to ever, let's say, when could it come back? Because I know on certain bylaws, it's 1 year.
No, this, actually, there's no bylaw related to this. This should be defeated, but keep in mind, the administration is already having discussions with the school boards on the school board liaison committee. So this motion, this proposal would no longer be valid.
Right.
If we defeated it. Simple as that.
Right, but the continuation of the talks.
Yes.
Going into May or whenever that
Yes.
is. Is there any way I can get on the liaison board now? I'd love to. Anyway, but I think what we have to do is remember that we're taking cost, and whether it's negligible or whether it's an impact, what is the impact to the route and the citizens of the city that are on that route as well? And, optics could be good and bad for this. I personally, this is what I'd like to see, is if Saskatoon's in a spot right now and they're trying this, let's talk to them. Let's see what's going on in 6 months. It could be working great. It could be flopping. And for us to stick our neck out right now, I don't think we need to do that. And it wasn't going to happen tomorrow anyway with this motion anyway. It's going to be grab some information, talk to some people. But I personally, I don't believe that daycares and all the other kind of things, if it's going to be the school board and Mr. Hicks and his counterparts throughout the city, let's deal with that. I don't believe that we need to be starting to subsidize daycares and all that other kind of stuff, because that truly is a download. Because they've already pulled the pin on some daycare facilities and daycare times and things. So as it sits right now, I can't support it, but I would definitely want to have a better look at this with some hard facts from Saskatoon, or maybe there might be other cities that are doing it that we don't even know about. Like Mr. Onright said, he doesn't know anything about this yet. And with his expertise, he'll find it for us.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great debate. This is always a good thing to talk about. I mean, transportation, transit, school, kids. I've had a lot of calls where the parents are afraid to send their kids because now all of a sudden they're walking instead of riding a bus. So, and they're asking us to control, to protect the streets, or putting lights on to make sure that the kids are protected, school zones are protected. So I'm always in favor of a lot of things to help our children. That's our next leaders in the future. But what I'm hearing from administration is that they are doing something already. So my question would be, if we pass this motion, are we doing double work now? Is this costing us more time, money, energy to work on two levels, one motion, and then what the administration is doing with the school boards already? To Your Worship.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship. We haven't undertaken any work at this point. So the point I was making is that we have a joint school board liaison city meeting, and that would be a good opportunity for the representatives from council and two school boards to get together and discuss this as an option. At that point, if there was a desire to undertake the research, discuss with other communities what their programs look like, then there'd still be an opportunity to do that.
Okay, to Your Worship, then any one of us council could, if this motion doesn't pass, to ask for some of the communication to come back in, let's say, 6 months or at the end of the summer or a year. How would that work?
There'll be a report back from the school board liaison committee to this council. If they're making a decision on program design, it will come back to this council or to a committee and then the council.
So then, so through Your Worship, at that time, there'll be time to ask questions or ask for some kind of a move. So, I mean, it's, a lot of stuff being pulled here. I do see the difficulties what the schools are dealing with. I mean, I'm a parent. I was on the school parent council, and I understand what the stresses are. But at the same time, I think it's a great motion. But I feel that we need to talk about this a little more, figure out what's going on, and then really have a good plan. And then when it comes back here, I would more than happy to support it. So the questions are, I have a question. I think it wasn't answered, or maybe I misunderstood. The question was asked about the trips, or the timing of the trips, or what it would cost us. So the question would be, if the bus is going by a school and it stops and picks up the kids. Now, what would that be in the complete loop of our our route. We're always talking about timing, how buses run, so if we're late here, we're early there, there's a stress in that level of providing service to our community. How would that look like? Through Your Worship?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Looning to provide comment on that.
Mr. Looning?
Through Your Worship. Again, we would have to go back and take a look at this and exactly the impacts on our bus service, but from what I understand from the motion, it would be on our regular routes, so we would just maintain what we have on the streets now, but we'd have to do some more investigation of that.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that we need to have a look at this a little more closely to see what the costs are if we're just throwing something out there and trying to catch it the right direction. When it does come back, or I mean, I would love to support this, but right now I don't think I can. I understand what that means, but if administration is doing something, the school board is doing something, I'd like to see it back here and have a great plan to say, okay, this is going to cost us this much or that, and Saskatoon is doing their stuff. When it comes back here, I mean, I'm all for it, but right now as it stands, I think is we need some, the water is a little bit muddy about this, so yeah, we can throw some money at it and make the bus go. So my concern is, if the bus is going by a school, how long is it going to stay there? So that was my concern, is the timing of the routes, because we are going to alter the timing of the routes. And that's again, timing means there are citizens that are waiting for a bus, could be winter time or other schedules, so that's my concern. I'm not going, that's just a comment, so, Your Worship, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said, but I'd like to introduce a little historical perspective, if I could. In about 1977 and 1978, the school boards in the city of Regina, school boards at that time, meaning the public schools and the Catholic schools, only got together and created what was called a joint use agreement. At the time, community associations were developed for the very first time, and the idea was to give schools access to city facilities. So the agreement, Mr. Holden is probably not, he and I were the only two in the room that were actually there at the time. Meaning, what can you offer? What can we offer? And at the time, it was simply this. Community associations could go into a school and have their meeting. Community associations could go into a school and offer a program. Think cooking class or sewing class. Think a recreational program in the gym. In return, the schools then could have access to a city facility. Think use of a pool, free or reduced rates, and so on. Now, the funny thing is, this agreement still is in place. The problem is, it's kind of evolved and not a good place. That is, costs have changed, costs have been passed on. There is an agreement or an understanding between the city and the school boards to review this process. Not a simple one, because it keeps getting more complicated, and all the reasons that all of you have identified. I introduced that notion of we already work together and share, but it was a give and a take. My thoughts are there is much merit to what's going on here, but like Councillor Young, this is where I'm at, meaning I think we need to let due process. If there was a referral motion, I'd be supporting that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? You'll be closing debate. No, you cannot. No, you've already spoken. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. When I first came in here and I looked at the motion, a lot of what I thought was immediately was downloading. But looking at it some more, I see a lot more merit to it and what it really could mean. So my question is actually for administration at this point. If this, say this were to pass, would it be better that it's done now, or that it's done after the liaison meeting is done? What would be better in process in creating that? Maybe this is other procedure here.
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, I think just in terms of the timing, waiting until you had the joint city liaison meeting allows you to get the perspectives of the representatives of the boards, both public and Catholic. So I think it just gives more merit to the conversation and the direction that will be given to the administrations to work out the details of what a program would look like.
So it would be better to have, if it were tabled until after that meeting?
That's the advice from the administration.
Okay. So, and that's kind of what I've gathered around the table here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers? So before I give the floor back to Councillor, I have some comments to make. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Very good comments, very good discussion. And I came in here thinking about the scope of the motion, and the discussion has really focused primarily on schools, the 3 school divisions. But there's also other points in here that have not been debated or discussed, and that's daycare and primary daycares, I guess, excuse me. That would be in nurseries. That would be something outside of the scope of our discussion, and certainly may add a variable that we can't sort of quantify. I like the idea, though, in a very high-level concept of us working with schools to provide services that we can. That I like. But I cannot and I won't support the motion as is written. And the reason I won't is because it's primarily, but not exclusively, a process issue which Councillor Young identified. We're doing things a bit backwards here. We've designed a program without having a full discussion with administration to administration. Councillor Hawkins mentioned that as well. But I do want to caution members of council and those looking at the motion. This is downloading. The potential is downloading. I want to be clear. We've seen this in other examples of this, and Councillor Murray referenced this earlier. I think Councillor Bryce did as well. That when we vacate a service, the province will say, okay, you just take it over. Paratransit is a good example of that. And I'm very worried, given our financial situation now, that may be the case. The $200,000, I believe, that was referenced as a cost, the province may well say, well, we'll find a way to recoup that $200,000 because the city is now taking it over. So I understand the spirit of the motion, and I think it's a great innovation. I like it. But in the real world, we have a problem with our finances, $18 million next year, $11 million this year. We know the same as with the public school board. We haven't talked to the separate board. We haven't talked to the French subdivision as well, nor have we talked to any organization related to daycares and nurseries. So I would prefer that this report, that we not consent to it, because we have work to do in a broader discussion. So I would support a referral motion that this report be tabled as part of a discussion, but not that we are endorsing it, because I think we need more work to be done as a baseline first. But I would not support this. If the vote comes to this motion on the floor, I will not support it. And I'd ask members to be careful with this because of the cost implications in downloading. But if we're going to encourage the administration, and it sounds like they're going to do it anyway, have a meeting with the school board liaison committee to talk about how we can work with them related to busing, I'm more than happy to have that conversation. Thank you. Councillor Young?
I'm trying to craft a motion here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start and we'll see where we are. So I would like to move that the concept of class trip programs on city transit buses identified in the motion go forward to the school board city liaison committee for discussion, and a report to then go through community protective services to council.
So is your motion your referral motion asking that this model be considered, or just
Yes.
the concept of?
The model, I guess, rather than the concept.
Okay.
I said concept because this is pretty large and it includes a lot of things. As you mentioned, the nurseries and daycares can't even be part of this discussion because we don't have any facts or figures about that. We'd have to develop
just
that.
One second, just one moment. Okay, so make sure we have let's get the motion down first, and we'll speak to.
Yeah, you can make it
Well,
better if you'd like. But, okay, so, I've got it in front of me. That administration prepare a report for council on the development of a class trip program that would waive the fee for
That's the motion,
No.
that's Councillor Stevens' motion.
Okay.
So it's
That
being
administration, that the model of, I think I'll read mine.
Councillor Young, would you accept that this motion be referred to the school board liaison committee?
That would make it simpler,
That
wouldn't
was
it?
a simpler
Okay.
one. I'm just suggesting.
I move that this motion be referred to the school board's liaison committee.
And that report back in
for
due course to,
discussion and report back through Community and Protective Services.
On a procedural
Okay,
point, Your Worship.
procedural? Yes, Councillor Hawkins?
I'm not sure that this captures what Councillor Young wants to do. If we refer this motion to the back, this motion has got parameters on it. And what Councillor Young wants is a large report. I would suggest the proper procedure here is to defeat the motion on the floor, to have Councillor Young move her motion, and pass that motion.
Councillor Young?
So can I clarify? You are saying that perhaps bringing clarity to what I want is not that this motion as it stands be considered, but that we have a conversation at the school board city council liaison table that will go as far as we want to take it as a group, as opposed to taking the motion to the table.
Okay, so the point's being raised, so we can't debate it, it's simply to clarify.
Right.
So Councillor Young, how do you?
My motion really goes more toward what Councillor Hawkins said. Rather than taking this motion as it sits, I'd rather have the concept or the idea of the motion to go forward to that table to talk to the school boards about it.
Okay, just one moment, Councillor Bryce. Then one option for you to do would be to move receive and file of this motion and refer the issue of support for the city for transit service for schools to be referred to the administration to begin that process.
So you're talking about two motions. One is to receive and file, and then a
That's a
motion
possibility.
to refer the concept to the school board's
Yes.
liaison committee meeting.
Before we do that, though, just a clarification. Councillor Bryce wants to clarify as well.
I was just going to say, bring back a report with options, but obviously a referral, or the motion that you're talking about right now changes this, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then I would move that this motion be received and, no.
You could.
I think you just have to do the motion first.
Okay, then, okay, that's just, we're making this much more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah.
You can defeat the motion and refer this issue, not the motion, but the issue of transportation to the administration for review.
Do we have to defeat it first, or can I refer?
What's that? Yeah. So, I mean, we can,
It has to pertain to the motion. I can't just refer.
you can refer separately, make a referral motion to have this issue considered by the school board liaison committee with the administration and the school boards.
Okay.
And then defeat the motion.
Okay.
Or you can do the other way around if you want. It's your choice. Both are in order. Okay, we're on process here now, okay? So I have Councillor Flagel and then Councillor O'Donnell, then
Thank you. I
Councillor
just, if Councillor Young, and what I'm hearing from Councillor Hawkins too, they're assuming that the first motion will be defeated in order for this one to go through, and that would kill Councillor Young, her motion, right? If Councillor Stevens' motion was approved,
prevails, then yes.
then we go with that. But
That's correct.
So, okay, then my point, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if we're trying to streamline this, then we just need to say, let the administration go back through the school board liaison and bring a report forward as to what would be the next steps in putting something forward to Community and Protective Services, not itemize every little thing. Just talk about what we've been talking about tonight without any parameters, any borders, anything.
Okay. I'm going to just to make this clear here and simple, because I do think we need to make this simple here, so we don't have this double step to go through. Councillor Young, if you just said you wanted to refer this motion and other options for transportation to be considered by the committee, that would look at this one and look at other options as well. So you have the two together, and that'd be the referral motion. I suggest you say you refer this motion and other options as developed by the administration in concert with the two school boards.
I think that simplifies it, and I would make that motion.
Okay, so we're clear. We do need a seconder for a motion. Councilor Bryce moves that. So do we understand? Mr. Holden, you want to make it more
I
complicated?
apologize in advance. Through your worship, just wondering if the part, it's gone now, the reporting back to Community Protective Services Committee,
Yes.
that will come as a result of conversation at the Joint Liaison Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the assumption behind all this. Okay, so are we clear on the, okay, we're all clear? No further debate. I'm going to call the question. It's on process only, Councilor.
Yes, process only. Does the mover of the first motion get a chance to speak to close his side off?
No, not on a full
Okay.
motion.
Just checking.
No. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? It's a referral motion. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll move on to our last series of delegations. This relates to Keep Crowns Public.
May I suggest, because there are a number of people that wish to speak, I'd like to be attentive to them. Maybe we have a 10-minute break, please.
Seconder for that? Councilor Bryce? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll be back at quarter to the hour. Order, please, if I could have people take their seats so we can continue with the meeting.
We'll go make one.
If I could ask members of the gallery to take the seats and members of council to grab the seats, we can start the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll now move on to our last item of business with respect to delegations, and this is on Keep Crowns Public. Larry Neufeld. So Neufeld, if you could identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yes, hello. My name is Larry Neufeld. I'm here representing myself, speaking in support of the Keep Crowns Public. Dear members of Council, I'm here today to speak in support of the motion to keep Crowns public and to stand against their privatization. Our provincial government has been gradually chipping away at our Crowns, as we can see with the introduction of privately run liquor locations, the entertaining of the notion of privatizing part of SaskTel, and most recently with the impending shutdown of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company in May of this year. Such actions put the livelihoods of the people who work at these Crowns at risk, and also threatens the economic vibrancy of our city and that of other cities and towns across Saskatchewan. Private companies often look at the most effective cost savings they can make to maximize profits, which often means keeping wages and benefits as low as possible. If we are to let the march toward privatization of our Crowns to go unimpeded, and our current Crown employees found themselves now having to work for a private company, then in Saskatchewan we would be looking at less money in Crown employee pockets if they were working for a private company, and consequently less money to spend on goods and services. This not only impacts the employees of Crowns in a negative way for themselves and their families, but also everyone in our province. There is less money to spend in local communities in our province, and local businesses find it a struggle to keep going. What harms our Crown employees harms all of us. Many smaller communities don't have the diversity of services to choose from that we have here in Regina and larger centres in our province. Crowns serve to not only provide good jobs for smaller communities, but also provide vital services at a reasonable price. They might no longer be able to have if a private company were to take over the services of a Crown company. In order to maximize profits, a private company would not only be looking at keeping wages and benefits low, but to just provide services to areas that provide the most customers for their services. Smaller communities would see themselves shut out of the business plan of a private company with the services they had available to them under a Crown Corporation no longer offered to them, taking or seeing the costs they would have to pay skyrocket. These are more negative economic impacts that would ripple through the province as a whole. I would urge Council today to take a stand against the putting of our city and our province's economic well-being at risk and advise the provincial government that our city is opposed to their march toward privatization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have another delegation, Albert Ingui. I'm sure I've got that wrong. If you can correct me, and I apologize in advance for doing that, but if you state your name, we represent you as well. Have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Albert Newey. I'd like to say hello to all my fellow Regina residents here today. My name is Albert Newey, and I come forward to you today as a lifetime and lifelong resident who was born and raised here in Regina, and who currently works in Regina as an employee of SaskTel. I come forward to you today to respectfully ask you for your support on the motion to oppose Bill 40, which in short is a privatization bill that allows the government to wind down, dissolve, or sell up to 49% of the Crown corporations without holding a referendum. This bill was recently tabled by a provincial Saskatchewan party government back in October. Having been born here in Regina, I've had the privilege and opportunity to come to know this city, watch it grow, and develop over the last 4 decades. I am proud to say that I'm a product of this city and raising my family and building my lifelong career here. But I'm also very disappointed to learn that because of our provincial deficit, that we may now see some of the best parts of Regina and Saskatchewan go away forever. Having personally worked in SaskTel for 15 years, I've already seen how privatization affects some of the best parts of my company. Many areas include, the sale of Navigata services, which is our voice over IP service, our operator services, our Max television service, and our satellite high-speed internet service. all of which resulted in the loss of revenue in the company, province, and city. But more importantly, a loss of jobs here in Regina. I'm not here, though, to present to you or communicate to you and lecture everyone about the effects of privatization in the province. But instead, I come here because I wish to plead to each and every one of you today to help send a message of the working middle class Regina people like myself out to the provincial government that we would like to please keep the best parts of Regina in Regina and not to risk privatizing it away to some other province or country or private company who will take the jobs and the profits away from Regina. It scares me to even imagine what possible privatization effects would occur after we lost our major Crown head offices here in Regina downtown, especially in the business district, as there possibly would be no longer have a head office located downtown. The big four major Crowns, SaskTel, SaskPower, Sask Energy, and SGI accounts for several major buildings downtown, which generate all kinds of businesses around it, including the Cornwall Centre, the Scar Street Mall, and various hotels surrounding it. Jobs will be lost, including my own, and sadly, more Regina people will be forced to leave. So I guess what I'm proposing is this. Please consider your vote for the city to oppose the adaptation of Bill 40, should it pass, and to please not think of it as being mean-spirited or an act of defiance toward our provincial government, but to think of it, in fact, as sending a respectful message to our provincial government that we would like to save our city the way it is. Please respectfully vote on the motion to oppose Bill 40. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on, there may be questions. Just one moment. Other questions of the delegation? Well, you were very clear in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Dave Coons. Mr. Coons, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions after.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. My name is Dave Coons. I'm a SaskTel employee, working on 31 years right now. I'm also the president of Unifor Local 1S, representing the members at SaskTel. I'm here today in support of Councillor Stevens' petition defending our Crown corporations. Crowns are owned by the people of Saskatchewan. People have owned these crowns for generations. We owe it to the next generation to hand them our crowns in the excellent condition in which we found them. The crowns provide us with key services and save money for working Saskatchewan families every day. Should these crowns become private, even partially, which is what's suggested in Bill 40, those savings to our families would disappear as profits to private companies. Our provincial crowns fall under our Saskatchewan government, but we see the symbols of crowns every day all around Regina. Large office towers, providing jobs for our citizens, our neighbors working out of these buildings around town to provide us with communications, with heat and power and water, employment, services, and wealth. That's all provided to the City of Regina and its citizens by our Crown corporations. But our provincial government has introduced legislation that threatens the jobs and the services that benefit the people of Regina. Bill 40 could become law very soon, a law that threatens the very integrity of our crowns. Bill 40 weakens the Crown Corporations and the Public Ownership Act. The bill removes the need for a referendum for selling off the Crown corporations. It allows for public share offerings, sale of assets, management or employee buyouts, lease or management contracts. Instead of selling off our Crown assets at once, this bill allows for the slow dismantling of our Crowns by private interests. There are so many things wrong with this approach, not the least of which is a complete betrayal of a Sask Party election promise to not sell off our Crowns. What right does this provincial government have to sell off our property? What right does this Bradwell government have to do any of this, without our express or explicit permission? This short-sighted approach by our provincial government hurts Regina and all citizens of Saskatchewan. Selling off the assets our parents and grandparents and their parents built for short-term gain to ease a financial crisis invented and created by the Wall government is a disaster that will ripple through the generations that come after us. Selling a Crown asset brings a one-time only payment, yet our Crowns provide consistent and constant revenue for our province. SaskTel alone provides millions in revenues to the province, approximately $1.5 billion since 2005. Additionally, our Crowns provide such services at rates that are competitive to or lower than private sector. At SaskTel, the cellular, for instance, the rates are about $25 to $50 per month lower than neighboring provinces. We only have to look at the job loss and the increased rates and reduced services in rural areas that happened when Manitoba privatized MTS about 20 years ago. Even when MTS was privatized, the Conservative government of the day said MTS would remain in the hands of Manitobians. Today, the company is called Bell MTS and is controlled by a Toronto-based mega corporation. Is that what we want for the people of Saskatchewan? Our Crowns belong to us. We
Mr.
built
Coons, you have
them.
1 minute to go.
We own them. They provide dedicated service to our rural neighbors. They provide leading technology to keep our business in Regina competitive. The Crowns provide good-paying jobs right here in our city, making Regina grow and prosper. The city and this City Council need to send Brad Wall a message. Hands off our Crowns. Stand up for our Crowns. Stand up for the people of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any comments or questions for the delegation? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. Next delegation is Florence Stratton. Good evening, Ms. Stratton. If you could, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Florence Stratton. I wish to acknowledge that I am making this presentation on Treaty 4 territory. I am here to ask City Council to pass the motion before it, affirming the City of Regina's support for Saskatchewan Crowns and opposing the privatization of any portion of these Crowns. I have 5 reasons for supporting this motion. Number 1, the complete or partial privatization of any or all of Saskatchewan Crown corporations will cost Saskatchewan residents more for the services. The goal of private companies is to maximize profit or shareholder wealth. One of the ways companies achieve this goal is to raise prices. Moreover, if Saskatchewan Crowns are privatized, the public will not only pay for the service, we will also pay for the profits that must be given to the shareholders in the private company. We probably all know people who have moved back to Saskatchewan from, say, BC, where telecommunication services have been privatized. How happy they are to once again have SaskTel as the provider of their phone services. Not only is SaskTel considerably less expensive than TELUS, they tell me, it also provides better service. Reason number 2, Crown privatization will result in a reduction of service quality. Another way private companies achieve the goal of maximizing profit is to cut costs. When private companies take over public services, such as telecommunications or electricity, they typically cut costs by laying off workers. The inevitable result is a reduction in service quality. Reason number 3, Crown privatization will be bad for local workers. In addition to laying off workers, private companies cut costs by using non-unionized labor, reducing wages, and cutting hours. Approximately 6,600 Crown Corporation workers are employed in Regina. The impact of privatization on the quality of life of these workers will be devastating. Reason number 4, Crown privatization will have a negative impact on the municipal property taxes collected by the City of Regina. Workers who used to be able to afford to buy a home will no longer be able to do so. They will therefore no longer be paying property taxes, at least not directly. And many of the Crowns have their head offices in Regina. Private companies are more likely to be headquartered elsewhere, which means the CEOs and their upper management personnel will not live in or own houses in Regina. Reason number 5, Crown privatization will be detrimental to everyone who lives in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan Crowns provide essential services to the people of Saskatchewan. These services are necessary to the well-being, the health, and even the life of the people of this province. Privatization will make these services unaffordable or unavailable to large sectors of the population. Saskatchewan Crowns are owned by the people of Saskatchewan. We paid for them. Any profit they make goes into public coffers, not private hands. Saskatchewan Crowns were created to serve the public good. If they are sold, whether it's piecemeal or wholesale, we will all be the losers, who will benefit large corporations and their shareholders. For these reasons, I ask you to support the motion before City Council. The matter is urgent. The provincial government has already started to turn crucial public services into entities that serve private interests. Look what it did to STC, a crown that helped bridge Regina with rural communities. If we don't show support for our crowns, we will lose them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton, for your presentation. Other questions? There are none. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Mr. John Klein. Mr. Klein, for the record, if you could tell us your name, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. My name is John Klein. I'm here to represent myself, Your Worship. I'm here to speak in support of Saskatchewan's Crown corporations. Originally, I'm from a small town that probably wouldn't have had electrical grid service nor widespread telephone service when it did, if not for the creation of Crown corporations. SaskPower, SGI, STC, and SaskTel are among the very best service providers in Canada to this day, often offering rates far below their national competitors' rates. While I was on the advisory board for SaskTel's CommunityNet high-speed internet service to schools and libraries, we led the world in broadband access across our vast province. Crowns are capable of delivering world-leading services, and ultimately that's what city government is here for, not to make a profit, but to deliver needed services that individuals are not well suited to provide in a competitive economy. It's still possible for Regina, Saskatoon and other municipalities to save STC, for example, by taking it over, since we run transportation services with larger budgets than the loss STC incurs each year to offer transportation service to Regina and the rest of the province. If we focus on routes admittedly profitable by the provincial government, we can maintain service levels to some destinations and add a revenue stream for the city of Regina. Try to find another delegation that offers a revenue stream that fits with one of the city's core services already in existence. Other parts of Canada have inter-regional transportation services like GO Transit and Via Rail. The provincial government has failed in its duty to provide multimodal transportation options to its citizens and visitors so that the city could make its best effort to fill in that gap, as it does with paratransit service nobly, as was mentioned earlier this evening even. I must bring up that the province is paying for shuttle buses to the city's hospitals to reduce parking problems, an example of provincial uploading from the city, rather than fund Regina Transit sufficiently to operate shuttles that are available for patients and regular transit users to use as well, which would be a better use of our shared capital. There are smarter ways of delivering transit services, but standing by and letting STC be scrapped is not one of those smart choices. Speaking of smart choices regarding transit, I'd like to see fares for children be reduced to $0, which would have rendered the long debate earlier tonight moot. This would encourage families to use the bus over private automobile choices, which can have the perception of appearing more cost-effective when that's not the reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Other questions? Oh, you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Darren Milo. If you could identify yourself for the record, sir, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Darren Milo from Regina District Labour Council. To His Worship, the Mayor and the City Council, I'd like to present on behalf of the Regina District Labour Council. My name is Darren Milo, a proud member of COPE 397, an employee of SGI, and chair of the Legislative and Political Action Committee for the Regina District Labour Council. I'd like to speak in favour of this notice of motion put forward by Councillor Andrew Stevens. as it speaks to the core values of our city, those that we hold at the RDLC hold dear. We have heard presentations from representatives from some of the Crowns. We hear about what they mean to our city in so many different aspects, about the jobs that allow the employees to not only take up residence here, but also raise their families. They help us to sustain the local economy in good times and in bad times. The Crowns help us to keep some of the lowest utilities in Canada. People who live in provinces that have for-profit utilities often look at us with envy. We are able to provide great service while keeping the prices low, which is a win-win for everyone. What I would like to express in this submission is the other positive impacts that having strong Crowns in Regina has. The RDLC has many Crown affiliates and continue to work with various community groups and organizations. We have strong partnership with the United Way, where we work in conjunction with businesses not only to assist the community, but also to sit on the board and help to organize fundraisers and events. And I'm actually heard that the RDLC just received an award today from the United Way earlier today. So. We plant a community garden, which gets harvested and donated to the food bank and other organizations. We work with REACH, the Regina Education and Action on Child Hunger, where our affiliates deliver food over lunch hour during the summer to children at the play escapes, and are proud to assist the City of Regina in that. We have also worked with the Cornwall Alternative School, where we cover the costs of school supplies for underprivileged students to allow them a fresh start at building a solid foundation of both education and life skills. The RDLC's outreach to the community also makes us a major part of the Unions of Regina Christmas Dinner, where we feed approximately 1,700 homeless and low-income people a free Christmas meal, something that unfortunately more and more people are looking forward to each year. We also recognize the strength of our diversity in this city, and the same spirit that the mayor will use to welcome refugees at the airport, leaving a war-torn country to start a new life. We provide training at our equity conference and support other initiatives like Pride Parade and other organizations where we embrace our differences. Finally, I would like to point out the added value that our Crown employees of the RDLC give to the city, where we volunteer, we coach, we assist, we sit on boards, we rally and fundraise for local projects. You do not have to look very far to see where the RDLC Crown workers are also taking leadership roles in Regina. Many of the people who serve on volunteer community are current and former RDLC members who not only participate in many of our initiatives, but also take leadership in developing new projects. This is what community is all about, and the Crown employees and the RDLC is what, as a whole, look forward to continue to build stronger ties in relationship within our city. It is for these reasons that the RDLC would like to see this notice of motion approved, as it reinforces our commitment to so many people who go out and help to make this a great city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions? No, I guess you've made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. Chad Novak is the next. Don't believe he's here. Don't see him in the gallery. Could I have a motion to receive and file his presentation, please? Councillor O'Donnell, second
I'll
by
move communicate.
Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next presenter is Jeannie Ma. Ms. Ma, if you could state your name for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Ma. I'm speaking as a citizen of Regina and on behalf of Save SDC. Saskatchewan has always led the way in social contracts with its citizens. Crown corporations are owned by the Saskatchewan government on behalf of the people so that essential services would be available to all on a fair and equitable basis. We get value, economic value, social value, and environmental value from Crown corporations. I firmly believe that Crown should offer high-quality and affordable power, energy, telecommunications services, automobile insurance, and transportation services as public service infrastructure for the private and public sector. The loss of the $102 million grants in lieu for the City of Regina is a cruel and deceptive betrayal by the Saskatchewan Party. I'm sad that we find ourselves in this difficult situation, but this is all the more reason to support this motion. True transformational change would lead us to ask, how can we make life better for all while enhancing rather than polluting and or destroying the environment. In 2017, as the rest of the world is embracing green energy because it makes economic and sociological sense, the last thing we should be doing is eliminating public transport. Our Crown, STC, provides transportation for many people. It bravely reaches all corners of the province, as the map attached shows. But STC does much more than transport people. It has proven itself to be the cost-effective courier, not just for getting people to their medical appointments, but it allows the Saskatchewan healthcare system to function. STC delivers medical supplies such as medicine, blood, etc., to the people, and returning with lab specimens for analysis to the hospitals. STC is also the necessary link for the Saskatchewan Information and Library Services, or SILS, established in 2009 after the Provincial Libraries Act of 1996 to provide equitable access to library services for citizens across the province. Without the bus, STC, the interprovincial library books cannot move. Marilee Rasmussen in the Leader Post tells us that Saskatchewan was ahead of its time when it developed the province-wide library system, an integrated system on a single computer platform, a single bibliographic database, accessible from a single library card. These things save money. The demise of public libraries would have been a body blow, in particular to rural Saskatchewan. But these draconian cuts might still kill the unique one-province system that has been the envy of the country without STC. Selling the crowns off for fire sale prices abandons our most progressive collective history. From barn raising to the wheat pool to credit unions, co-op movements have led Saskatchewan to great economic growth, stability, and prosperity. Why sell off crowns which make money? Why must ordinary citizens, children, and the elderly be punished for the criminally wasteful spending of the Sask Party? The $21 million overpayment to the Global Transportation Hub land deal, the $115 million loss due to liquor privatization, $120 million in consultation fees before 2009 and 2014, the $30 million for a new nuclear center at the U of S campus, the $40 million spent on lean, the $51 million on the implementation and removal of defective smart meters, and the biggest of them all, the $2 billion awarded to Vinci, the French multinational system company, for the Regina bypass. The deficits in this province are not due to money spent on STC, nor libraries, nor education, nor any of the other services affected, suffering massive cuts. It's not really even low energy prices. It's the tax cuts to Sask Party cronies and the wasteful, destructive spending that have landed us here, with the demolition of infrastructure and the disservicing and disinvestment in rural communities. Transformational change should bring us more opportunities with increasing equity and justice for all. Please support this motion by Andrew Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ma, for your presentation. Are there questions? Thank you very much. Move on to Larry Kowalczyk. Mr. Kowalczyk, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Hi, I'm Larry Kowalczyk, and I'm just here with a moral and legal plea. My presentation is very short, but I want to speak in favor of the motion. The passing of Bill 40, while it may not even be legal, and I emphasize that, marks an end to what has made Saskatchewan a leader in this world for decades. Such leadership is needed even more in these troubling times, where compassion and the values of every religion and community are being eroded. We have always been concerned for our neighbors and our friends. We've provided services through our own money, emphasize that, taxes in all forms, including PST, to create a world of fairness, kindness, and sharing. Bill 40 and its implications for public services like STC are disturbing at best and unacceptable for present and future generations. We are better than that, and we must provide leadership that strives for better. We must mentor our children and ourselves to find ways to alleviate the harm and suffering that do not depend upon one's wealth. Cities themselves exist on this premise, and as we now see, are at risk. Let's rise up and stand together and speak together and act together and do all we can to stop the erosion of our services. I urge you to support the motion. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions? Councillor Stevens.
Larry, you mentioned in your presentation that they may be illegal. Can you explore that a bit further?
Sure. And I've asked if I could give this handout to you all to sort of...
The clerk will come and get that from you.
Okay. Now, I want to make it clear, I'm not giving you legal advice, but I'm giving you some things to read. And they are the Crown Corporation Public Ownership Act excerpt, just an excerpt of it, the Bill 40 actual wording, because there is some misunderstanding of what Bill 40 means. It's actually not about the 49% that we should be worried about. And the last is a section of the Constitution Act. So if I can take you through them quickly, and I have them in that order. If you look at the whereases, of the Crown Ownership, or the Crown Corporation Public Ownership Act, it actually uses the words that the purposes of Crown corporations is, as a number of speakers have said, to provide necessary public services or essential public services. It says that as its purpose. So that's a recognition of their value to society. Now, if you go to the last document that I've provided you, and this is maybe something you can use. I heard a rumor that you were looking at maybe lawsuits to defend against the cuts to cities. And the government introduced an amendment to the law saying you can't sue us. And the minister actually said the reason why she introduced that amendment was because you said you were going to sue them. Well, that Section 36 that you're looking at happens to be part of the Constitution of Canada. Now, the government doesn't have legal authority to say you can't sue to enforce the Constitution of Canada. The Charter, for example, it specifically says, well, if you want to override that, you have to pass a law which includes an override. But that's not part of the Charter, that's the Constitution. And if you look at Section 36 of the Constitution of Canada, it's a guarantee that there will be funding for essential public services provided by provinces. Now think about that. If the purpose of the law, the Crown Corporations Public Ownership Act, is to provide those services through Crown corporations as a statutory obligation, and the Constitution uses similar words to say you have to provide those to us, I'm suggesting that you as City Council might want to talk to your city solicitors and look at that section, because perhaps maybe that rumor that I heard about you cities looking at suing, you might want to look at that, because that amendment that says you can't sue doesn't apply to the Constitution. So give that to you to read, because these laws reflect our social commitment to each other, and they always have been. The last is an excerpt from Bill 40. Now, you hear people say that what we need to worry about with respect to Bill 40 is the 49% that they can sort of slowly get rid of. But if you look at the wording on the definition of privatize, it goes on and says, privatize does not include winding up or other means to get rid of a Crown Corporation. And if I can parallel this for you, if you have a law which says it's okay to own a gun, or no, you have to register guns, you need permission to have them, and then the government passes a law which says, under the interpretation of the word gun, shotguns are not included. What that means is you don't need a license for a shotgun. That's the same thing that they're doing here with Bill 40, and that's the thing that's dangerous and why it's important for this council, on behalf of the citizens, to say, wait a minute, are you saying that you can by calling it a winding up, you can get rid of SaskTel and SGI and SaskPower and Sask Energy? Because that's what they're doing with that amendment. And that's going to allow them to do that. In my respectful opinion, this council has the right to look at the Constitution of this country and look at the laws as they are written to reflect our values and say, wait a minute, this is not who we are, and I would encourage you to pay attention to those things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to Mr. Jim Holmes. Mr. Holmes, for the record, if you could identify who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Sure. My name is Jim Holmes, and I'm representing myself here tonight. I'll try not to be repetitive, but I think the key thing here is the current downturn in commodity prices has shown us just how important it is that we diversify our economy. Many of the Crown corporations have their head offices in Regina, and the loss of those jobs would be a severe blow to the employment opportunities and the tax base of Regina. You remember 5 years ago, the provincial government gutted the film industry, which is an industry that was counter-cyclical to commodity prices. That is, when our dollar was low, the film industry did well. Now the provincial government wants to sell off up to 49% of our Crown corporations. The Crown also provides with great service, low rates, and good jobs. A privatized corporation will have to balance those goals against the shareholders' demands for return on investment. Council should defend the interests of our citizens. I'll give you some examples from real-life examples of Crown corporations. TELUS was Alberta Government Telephones. It was privatized in 1990. In 1990, it had a merger of equals with BC Tel, and subsequently the headquarters moved to Vancouver. PCS was the Potash Corporation, still is, I guess, the Potash Corporation of Saskatchewan. It was a Crown corporation. Head office jobs are expensive to buy. In 2009, the provincial government offered $100,000 per job for 5 years for the Potash Corporation to move its head office jobs from Chicago back to its head office in Saskatoon. Now I think the going rate's about $10,000 per job. Okay, so there's a couple of bad examples, a couple of good examples. Statoil. Okay. Unlike Saskatchewan and Alberta, Norway has a sovereign wealth fund that cushions it against falling commodity prices. And the major contributor to that fund is Statoil. Now, you don't need much Norwegian to know that that's the government-owned oil company. And I guess quite simply, the reasons the Norwegians are rich and we are now poor and facing all these cuts is because we don't have a state-owned oil company anymore. And the last one I'd like to suggest to you is EPCOR. When you had a choice of looking for a partner for the wastewater treatment plant, you had three bidders on that job. And the one you gave it to, the lowest bidder, and the one you thought could meet all your requirements, was EPCOR, which is effectively a Crown corporation of the City of Edmonton. Crown corporations provide good services to the people. I think one thing you have to look at is, where did this idea come from? The big pushers in Saskatchewan of privatization were the Devine administration, which up until recently had the record of being the worst financial managers in the province's history. The idea has now been resurrected by the Wall government. Now, this is a government that could not balance a budget in the biggest running commodity boom of our history. This government has now vandalized municipal budgets, school boards, public transit, and community organizations. They have shown a breathtaking ignorance of this province. You'll notice that I removed libraries from that list, because the interesting thing about libraries is the libraries and the people who work in them and the people who use them got together and pressured that provincial government. And I was told today that the government has backed off on its cuts to library funding. So it's important that we can, in fact, win these battles. We can, in fact, protect our resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, for your presentation. Questions? All right, and thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will speak with our last delegation, Nathan Marquardt. Mr. Marquardt, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Certainly. Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. Nathan Marquardt with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, presenting on behalf of President Tom Graham and our 30,000 members working across the province, including over 12,000 members here in Regina, organized in 23 locals, living and working in Regina and surrounding areas. And while CUPE members are not directly employed by our province's Crown corporations, CUPE members have consistently, since our formation, recognized and supported the public ownership of Crown corporations. And we do so because we recognize the vast benefits to CUPE members and to all residents of Crown corporations. Crown corporations provide high quality and cost-effective services. They return substantial dividends that support public services in the provincial treasury. They stimulate the provincial and local economy directly and indirectly by providing good jobs and by having the spending of those good jobs by those employees to local businesses, and by supporting community organizations and events. Councillors, publicly owned utilities keep life affordable, and it's recognized within the 2017-2018 provincial budget with the intercity comparison of taxes and utilities, which recognizes that Saskatchewan has the lowest telephone costs of all provinces and the second lowest auto insurance rates after Manitoba. And if you take household utility costs for a family with $50,000 of income, in Regina we have a substantially low cost of $3,650 for that family per annum, compared to $4,428 in Calgary, $7,491 in Toronto, and $6,168 in Halifax. Utility costs are low because we have publicly owned crowns. And CUPE is encouraged by the motion before Council, and we believe it's important for you to go on record to support public ownership of crowns. Why? Because the City of Regina greatly benefits from having the headquarters of our crown, SaskTel, SGI, SaskPower, SaskEnergy, located in the city. And as Councillor Stevens points out in his motion, over 6,600 Crown Corporation employees work in Regina. They work here, they raise their families here, they pay taxes here, and they contribute to the community. And local spending by Crown corporations and their employees has an indirect positive impact on the economy. Their spending supports local businesses and creates additional jobs. And it would be a huge blow to the City of Regina if any more of Saskatchewan's Crown corporations were partially or fully privatized. And experience shows that privatizing Crown Corporation leads to substantial job loss and higher utility bills, in addition to erosion of service and loss of revenues to support services. And next door in Manitoba, privatization of MTS shows the massive layoffs and higher phone bills that resulted, that occurred in 1997, and the loss of revenue. And we now witness the short-sighted decision by the provincial government to put hundreds of workers out of work with pink slips, including many of them that were living and working in Regina. So it's equally important to recognize the large economic benefit of crowns, and the historic decision to maintain democratic control of them. And I want to specifically acknowledge the brothers and sisters of ATU 1374 of SDC that are facing pink slips. And so QP Saskatchewan urges City Council to unanimously support the motion. The further privatization of Crown corporations would have serious economic consequences for our residents and for the city. And we urge City Council to stand up for good jobs in our city, affordable services, and to protect the great economic benefits to Regina's economy provided by Crown corporations. Thank you on behalf of our 30,000 members.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? There are none. Thank you very much. So we will now move to the motion, and I'll give the floor to Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll just read this out. Whereas large corporations like SaskTel, Sask Power, SGI, and Sask Energy are headquartered in Regina, and whereas these and other Crown corporations directly employ over 10,000 people in the province, and whereas over half of all Crown Corporation employees, or approximately 6,600 workers, are employed in Regina, and whereas Crown corporations like SaskTel are important financial contributors to community events and organizations throughout the province, whereas Crown corporations offer high-quality and affordable telecommunications services and infrastructure, automobile insurance, power and energy services for public and private sector employers in Regina, and whereas SaskTel alone returned on average $82.99 million in dividends per year to the public treasury between 2001 and 2015, and whereas the Crown corporations returned approximately $102 million in revenue to the City of Regina as grants in lieu of property taxes between 2011 and 2015, whereas the complete or partial privatization of Crown corporations could jeopardize these benefits for the residents of Regina and the province. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council rejects calls by the provincial government to privatize any portion of Saskatchewan's Crown corporations. City Council, secondly, affirms the economic benefit of wholly publicly owned Crown corporations for the City of Regina. And third, the outcome of this motion be communicated to the ministers responsible for the respective Crown corporations by letter from Mayor Fougere on behalf of City Council.
The seconder for that motion.
Thank you. So I'll say a few words, and I want to thank the delegates for their time and commitment to coming here and enduring hours of meetings before this occasion. Now, at first, our first City Council meeting following the release of the provincial budget, my council colleague, Councillor Bob Hawkins, characterized the government's cuts to the grants in lieu and the province's threat to take over Wascana Park as a thief in the night. And I think he was correct there. It caught us as civic leaders off guard. This isn't the case, of course, with privatization. On this front, the government has been sharpening these knives for a very long time. And in fact, the winding down of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company after 70 years of connecting Saskatchewan communities through a quality public transportation system is just one example. The selling of profitable liquor stores, another. And I would argue that the privatization agenda is also embedded in Bill 50, an act respecting the Provincial Capital Commission, which expands the potential for private lands in our cherished Wascana Park. And whether or not the Premier wants to call these transactions partnerships, privatization, or sell-offs doesn't matter. The end result is really the same here. And of course, the privatization of public assets and enterprises isn't new. It has also taken place under the NDP and Saskatchewan Party governments over the last 15 years in one form or another. And if we include the public-private partnerships and the contracting out of core services, the privatization list is even longer. Hundreds of custodial staff who were so ruthlessly kicked out of work know this better than anyone. The same goes for hospital cleaning staff across the province. And that's why it's so important for a city like Regina, where these headquarters are based, to affirm its support for Crown corporations and to oppose the privatization of these important economic and political institutions. And even if we set aside the hundreds of millions of dollars Crowns have returned to the province through dividends and to the city through grants in lieu, there are countless other spin-offs. In fact, if you look at the Crown corporations, their use of local procurement is quite astounding and far above its private sector counterparts. We also see investments in community initiatives and organizations through corporate social responsibility initiatives, investments in the new Mosaic Stadium, high-quality energy and telecommunication infrastructure, high-quality client and customer service, thousands of local jobs, in other words, thousands of voters in our community. And next door, with the privatization of MTS, these benefits were certainly jeopardized. Not to mention that the privatization or even of a portion of our crowns could end the income tax exemption these enterprises currently enjoy. Bill 40, or an act to amend the Interpretation Act, would effectively change the definition of privatization to circumvent public consultation. And based on a new definition, quote unquote, privatization is the transfer of a controlling stake, or in other words, 50% plus one of a company. And this goes against the internationally recognized definition and meaning of this word, which is a transfer of ownership, not just control. And that's why I've included in the resolution attempts to privatize any portion of Saskatchewan's Crown corporations to ensure that privatization is understood for what it is, the sale of any part of these publicly owned enterprises. So, Your Worship, we've seen how the government uses the specter of deficits to fulfill its ideological objectives, and we certainly are a victim of this at the city. And we saw how we each spoke very passionately against what the government was doing. I think we need to follow that trend and voice our opposition to Bill 40, but specifically to any attempts to privatize these Crown corporations and to reaffirm the support that we have for these Crown and publicly owned enterprises. And the City of Regina, as Mr. Holmes mentioned, is especially vulnerable to these tendencies, as the film industry and our community knows full well, and the film industry tax credit was ended. And this isn't a matter, I would add, of stepping on the toes of the province and the provincial jurisdiction. This is a matter of standing up for what our city and our community stands for and the benefits that we enjoy in the City of Regina. And I would ask that Council joins me in affirming the economic benefits of our Crowns and to oppose the privatization of any portion of these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Are there any speakers to the motion? Anyone want to speak to the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Motion is defeated.
Point of order. Could I ask that the vote is counted?
Well, we just did it, but you can do recorded vote if you like. Yes. Yes.
With respect to the motion,
I want it recorded, though, that the motion was defeated. Okay. We're now doing a recorded vote.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Findura. Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Mayor Fougere.
Opposed.
That confirms that, Mayor, by a vote of 7-3, the motion was defeated.
The motion is defeated. Order, please. Order. Order, please. You had your... Order, please. We'll move on to bylaws and related reports. CM 17-8, the Clean Property Bylaw. If someone wants to introduce that report, please. Anybody want to introduce the report? Order, please. Order. You were heard during the debate. Order. There's no more debate from the gallery. Would I have someone introduce report 17-8, the Clean Property Bylaw, report number 9881? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'll move CM 17-8, which is the Clean Property Bylaw number 9881. The recommendation is that the city solicitor be directed to prepare an amendment to Schedule L of the Clean Property Report number 9881 to correct the fee for the radio frequency identification tags to be consistent with the fees City Council approved in CR 15-86. Thank you.
This is essentially a housekeeping matter just to fix a number that was a wrong number here. So a seconder, please, for that. Councillor Young. Debate on the issue. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And we have a number of bylaws, which I would ask Councillor Stevens to introduce, please.
Just make sure I read out the titles here. We have 17-11, the Regina Property Tax Bylaw. -14, the Commercial Industrial Properties Tax Phase-In Bylaw. 17-15, the Clean Property Amendment Bylaw. -18, the properties exempt from taxation as a result of the 2013 Municipal Boundary Alteration Bylaw. and -21, the Regina Traffic Amendment Bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaws number 2017-11, -14, -15, -18, and -21 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws number 2017-11, -14, -15, -18, -21 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that Council hereby consents bylaws number 2017-11, -14, -15, -18, -21 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws number 2017-11, -14, -15, -18, and 2017-21 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Those bylaws are passed. A motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great evening.
Planned it. Oh, perfect. Especially with all the snow. I know, it's perfect timing. Just after. Yeah. Just a week. Yeah. Hey. Unplugged. Not an email, not a text. It's going to be beautiful. I'm sure the media's going to want to talk to Cuba. Where they respect the Crown Corporation.